everybody. Welcome. We're opening up with a citrus update. We have a citrus update, or Maggie update now, because her owners changed her name to Maggie, which, is their right? I do prefer citrus, but not my dog. So none of my business. But look at her! Look at how far she's come in like a month. Oh, I love her so much. What a good little girl. And she even went outside. There she is outside. She got a haircut. Kinda. It says, I survived my first grooming appointment, barely. The lady was very nice, but also carried tiny scissors and expected me to trust her? Absolutely not. We compromised and she only trimmed my bangs. Now I look like I went through a breakup and cut them myself at 2 a.m. while listening to Adele. You look beautiful, Citrus. Maggie. Yeah, Citrus is her stage name. Oh, look at her on a walk. And then I saw another dog that I really liked on Twitter, named Fievel? Look at that guy. It says, if my wife is in the bathtub for too long, our little white freak of a dog comes and lays like this and makes weird smacking noises with his mouth. He is so awesome. Look at him. I love him. Oh, and apparently this is his breed mix. He's 18.5% American Pit Bull Terrier, so... Is this a scary dog? No, it's not. It's a beautiful, perfect dog. I saw a good video, the YouTuber Philosophy Noir had a good video on pit bulls recently, so to expand on what I was saying about pit bulls, you can watch that video. Little cutie. And then also, here's some other photos of Fievel. Wow.
Talented, brilliant, incredible, amazing, show-stopping, spectacular, never the same, totally unique, completely not ever been done before, unafraid to reference or not reference, put it in a blender, shit on it, vomit on it, eat it, give birth to it.
And then, Glenn Close was honored at the 2026 TCM Film Festival with a hand and footprint ceremony, and she included her dog, Sir Pippin of Beanfield. Look at that little guy. So cute. Anyway, I wanted to open up with some cute little dog things because fucking Twitter this last week, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just gotten that much worse or if it's like I'm just getting so tired of it. I know I should get off Twitter, but I can't. That's the thing. There was that whole debate about whether or not social media is addictive, if people can get addicted to social media, and like, yeah, they fucking can. Because if that wasn't true, then why am I still on Twitter when it causes me so much misery on a daily basis? It has to be an addiction, because nothing else explains it. I can't stop going on to that stupid fucking website. But it's bad. And it's not bad. I feel like people who left Twitter have an idea of what it's like at this point, where it's like you're just scrolling through like a sea of Nazi posts and stuff, and it's not like that. Like your feed is mostly normal. It's mostly like still stuff that's like algorithm based, things that are meant to appeal to you specifically. So like the things you see on your feed for like, I don't know, just like, it's gotten worse, but it's still mostly normal. The big thing has been like the replies on Twitter are really awful. That's where most of the Nazis are. You just maybe shouldn't look into the replies, even though I still do because I'm an idiot. But even like this last week and a half, the posts have gotten so much more annoying, and I don't even think, it's not like I'm being fed different content. It's just that the people on my feed are getting increasingly annoying. Like, that's it. Every conversation that's happening on Twitter is annoying. And I think maybe part of the problem is the fact that, like, a lot of people did leave Twitter and went to, like, Blue Sky and stuff, which I'm on Blue Sky too. You can follow me on Blue Sky, but the thing is there's not that much discourse happening on Blue Sky. Like, things are chiller over there, which is nice. But when I want to actually, like, know what's going on, what are the people talking about, what's the discourse this week, I still, like, Twitter's the only place that it's really, like, happening in, like, a text form, especially. So they keep pushing video content. But so, like, I want to go on Twitter just so I can still be, like, filled in, but I think part of the problem is that, like, so many people have left Twitter, and now the only people that are left are, like, teenagers who have a lot to say with very little life experience, and people like me who are just kind of addicted to the website. And we are kind of the worst people on the site. So I guess that's probably the big problem, is like all the normal people have left, and it's just us that remains. But it's been fucking bad this week. So, as an example, I don't know, if you're on Twitter, you maybe caught wind of this. If you're not, I feel like you didn't know that this was a conversation that was happening at all. But Gianmarco CUNTroversy, I don't know how I think it's Ceresi, I don't know. The comedian, might be familiar with. He's kind of like a progressive-ish comedian. Not ish, he is, like, he's progressive. He's one of the good ones or whatever. And I like him. I think he's fine. I watch his podcast from time to time, but I don't, like, follow him super closely. But he got into some controversy this last week that just exhausting. So I guess he had some woman on his podcast. He posted a clip of the podcast, as he does. And then someone quote tweeted it and said, "Was this supposed to be funny?" He then replied, and I guess he replied when the tweet didn't even have that many likes or something, which was his first mistake. And that's the thing, is that, like, Gianmarco is on Twitter, so he is one of the annoying people on Twitter, like me. He's too online. He shouldn't even be replying to these things, but he did. And he said, "Please circle back with your thoughts after your tweets hit double digits of likes. Best of luck, cunt." So I'm assuming that he wrote this before it had double digit likes. Don't know why you needed to respond to a tweet that had single digit likes in the first place, but okay. So he did that. Not a good look. Especially the use of the C word. People really, really did not like. That becomes kind of the crux of this. But I didn't even see this part happening. I saw he tweeted this later. He said, "It's not something you'd necessarily notice unless you run a podcast or whatnot, but random motherfuckers on the internet always got a lot more feedback when the guest is a woman." And he says, "And yes, of course, I'm not saying I didn't believe sexism was real until I started a podcast. It's just seeing the difference week by week is stark." I saw this tweet separate of the initial criticism. And I think I retweeted it. I did retweet it, and then I unretweeted it after this whole thing happened. Not that I still agree with that post, but I was like, I didn't even know that there was this other drama attached to this. But what I imagine happened, because what does that say? That says 8:35 p.m. That's from 4:59. So I don't know if you had already started getting backlash for that tweet yet, but I'm not sure. But I was like, well, I agree with that. Like, I'm sure that, like, if you're a man who, and even if you're a woman to some extent, like, you wouldn't necessarily know how different the response is when it's like a podcast full of dudes versus a podcast that has a woman in it. You wouldn't necessarily see the difference if you're a woman who's like, you're always going to be in your own shit, or if you're a man, like, who is a man who exists with male privilege. I understand, like, what he's saying here of, like, once you, like, actually have podcast episodes, like, side by side of a male guest, a female guest, the female guest is gonna stoke a lot more, like, criticisms and a lot more feedback than the male guest is, because people like to criticize women. I understood completely what he was saying here, and I was like, yeah, that's a fair thing for someone, especially a man, to acknowledge. But I guess people were very, very upset about this first reply and him calling this person a cunt, which, okay, sure, I get that part. He then replied, or not replied, but like apologized kind of the next day and said, someone called me unfunny and I'm embarrassed by my pathetic and frankly cunty reaction, which I don't think that's really the proper use of the word cunty there. I think that would, like, a cunty reaction would be a reaction that's like kind of fierce, you know, and that's not what it was. I have nothing to say except their PFP, their profile picture, was Roger the Alien, so I made a wrongful assumption of the gender, which that's also a little interesting of, like, I guess I could see why he just saw the profile picture and he thought it maybe was like a, I don't know, like a male fan of Seth MacFarlane or something, but it's like, well, Roger the Alien, I think, is like a kind of a trans icon. So I don't know that I would have made a gender assumption in that way. But okay, I kind of get what he's saying. And then he said, I hear you all, and next time I won't use that word unless I'm certain it's to a man. And that's also like, well, you could just not use it. I mean, I don't love it when straight men say, and for context here, Gianmarco is a heterosexual. I don't like it when straight men say bitch, because that's a much more, like, common kind of thing culturally. The C word is not as common in America in the first place, so I don't have, like, a trigger for it or something, you know? Like, I don't know. I don't have any strong feelings about the C word. But I do think that, like, if you're getting criticized for it and you recognize the gendered implications of it, you could just stop using it as a man. So I thought he was a gay guy. No, he is hetero, very hetero. Well, not very hetero, but you know. So, like, not a great response. I did agree with this tweet of, like, if you're open to feedback, this would have worked much better. Someone called me unfunny and I'm embarrassed by my pathetic reaction. I have nothing to say. I hear you all and next time won't use that word. But there you go. That could have worked. But I guess he's really attached to it, and because I've now become aware that he keeps using it in these replies with people that he's arguing with. And I liked that original tweet because I agreed with that. But, like, in these back and forths, that's, like, his go-to response, which, like, is that a good thing, Gianmarco, when you are a dude and you're using it as an insult when it has a pretty clear gendered implication? You know, maybe it's just not your word. Maybe it's not for you. And that could be okay. Like, it's one word that you could just strike from your vocabulary. You could. At the same time, I don't care that much. But a lot of people did. So there was a lot of tweets about, like, he's dropped the act. He's gone mask off. Like, dropped the feminist comedic persona, and the straight man hopped out real quick. Which this tweet isn't too bad. But I saw a lot of people being like, Gianmarco's right-wing pivot is coming. And I was like, do we have to do that? Do we have to do that? Can we not just accept that, like, someone is flawed just because, you know, maybe he's not the most progressive in every sense of the word. Maybe he just is a person with bad habits. Like, it doesn't have to mean that he's, like, secretly not progressive or secretly not a leftist. Stop. Stop. And then I also saw shit like this. after his apology, it's funny that or not after this is for the other tweet, the tweet about it's not something you necessarily notice unless you run a podcast, but random motherfuckers on the internet always got a lot more feedback when the guest is a woman. It's funny he framed this as about men without realizing it, which, like, okay, well, yeah, he is a man, so that's the perspective that he has. But also, again, like, women actually do notice it without running a podcast. Well, you wouldn't notice necessarily, like I said, if you're a woman, you're used to the amount of feedback you get. You might not even notice how much feedback men are not getting by comparison. So that's not totally true. But yeah, sure, like, women are more aware that misogyny and sexism exist than men are. Absolutely. He's also still a man talking from his own perspective. But then also don't call women misogynistic slurs and you won't get yelled at. Well, you probably still will get yelled at because this is Twitter, but yeah, sure, maybe just don't use that word, Gianmarco. Insane way for him to frame that. Does this count as Darvo? No. No. And I get that, like, this person is probably kind of kidding, like, they put the little LOL behind that, but it's just not, no. I think even implying that is incredibly diminishing to, like, what Darvo actually is. Just, like, can we be kind of reasonable about this? And then I saw a lot of people framing it as like, oh, the gays have turned on Gianmarco. And I was like, the gays have turned on Gianmarco? Are we going to sit here and act like gay men always talk about women so respectfully? So I tweeted something along those lines. I said the gays are turning on Gianmarco for calling women a cunt. I'm sorry, but have you heard how gay men talk about women? And by the way, the person that he was calling a cunt turns out is non-binary, so they're actually not a woman. Does that make it better? I don't really think so, but, like, if we're accusing Gianmarco of these things, we should probably be accurate. But this person wrote, I thought gay men had the pass. And I said, well, no one has the pass to be misogynistic. Gay men can use cunt or bitch in some context, but that's not what I'm referring to. And then they replied, not gonna lie, this opinion is making you sound like a TERF. This is where I should have just logged off. Really, I should have logged off way sooner than that. But here I am. This is what fucking discourse on Twitter feels like at this point. It's just this. And it's bad. It's fucking bad. Anyway.
All right, let's move on.
So, to update from the Michael Jackson stream, his streaming numbers have really increased since that movie came out. He had his biggest streaming week ever, more than doubled his previous best, and then on Saturday, he was the #1 most streamed, #1 most streamed artist on Spotify. So that's cool. You know, and it is what it is. Like, I do think that at this point, especially the guy's dead, if people want to listen to his music, I guess go for it. I am abstaining just because of, like, the estate and the money that they're getting from all of this and the way that they are continuing to rewrite history and attack his victims. But it doesn't really matter what I do because Michael 2 is in development, a sequel to the first biopic. And in a way I'm like, kind of excited because I'm like, well, what are they gonna do? Like, the first movie, it made sense kind of to end it at 1988, even though he did do stuff before that they don't want to acknowledge. But, like, okay, that's before, like, his reputation really took a hit. It's before a lot of the physical changes as well. So, like, if you want to make something that is just like a fluff piece for Michael and his legacy, sure, you have to, like, keep it to 1988. Like, you can't really go beyond that. You especially can't go past 1994. So I'm like, how the fuck, if this is going to cover the rest of his legacy, or at least, like, the next 10 years of his legacy, what are you going to do? I guess, like, what I would assume is they're going to try to paint it like he's innocent. Because I think that's really what they were doing with the first one before they had to cut the Jordan Chandler stuff out. But then I'm also confused about that, too, because it's like there were legal restrictions for the first one where they couldn't actually, like, address the Jordan Chandler stuff. So, how? And, like, what are they going to do about the physical appearance? Are they going to put, like, prosthetics onto Jafar to make his nose that, like, tiny and skinny? Are they gonna put, like, the cheeks in there, the chin? Are they gonna make him white? I don't know, but I'm somewhat excited to see. Like, I'm very curious about how the fuck they're gonna do this. I don't remember what this is. Oh, this is what I think that the Michael Jackson 2 should be. It's just this. I put that in there, I guess. Anyway, while Michael Jackson 2 is getting greenlit and his streaming numbers are taking off, 60 Minutes Australia has just released a new why did it start at that? They have just released a new documentary, like, special interview thing with the Casio family, about a little less than an hour long. Very detailed. I mean, not, like, as detailed as, like, Leaving Neverland, but, like, they talk about specifically what happened, the Casio family. There's a lot of archived photos and videos that they have because this family spent a lot of time with Michael. They were his second family. So they have a lot of footage of them together. And that's what's crazy to me too, is, like, Michael Jackson defenders who try to argue with me always tell me that, like, I need to go and, like, read the transcripts from the first 2 trials. And I'm like, that's really not, I mean, I can, and maybe I will at some point, but that's really not what my, like, belief in, like, Michael Jackson's victims is rooted in. I mostly believe that he did those things because of, like, Wade and James. Especially, I mean, I already kind of believed that he did that stuff prior to Wade coming out, because I had looked into it a little bit in, like, college. And then when Wade came out in 2013, I guess I was in high school by that point. But, like, when I was looking into it before, I was like, oh, there's multiple accusers. There's the stuff about the penis and the drawing, and it does seem like Jordan Chandler probably described that drawing fairly accurately. But we'll never really know because we haven't seen it, and we haven't seen Jordan's drawing of the penis described the penis accurately, but we haven't seen the drawing, and we haven't seen the photo of his penis, so who's to say? But I already kind of believed it, and then when, like, James and Wade were doing stuff together and, like, talking about the abuse, I was like, okay, well, there's more victims since even he was alive, so I think that's probably, like, it's at some point there's just too many people accusing you of things for all those people to be lying. But then when Leaving Neverland came out, it was like, oh yeah, well, definitely. I mean, I don't need forensic evidence or anything like that. I can hear what these men are saying. And I do think that, like, it just doesn't make any sense for him to have not done it. Their stories are too detailed. They're too believable. For him to have lied, for both of them, Wade and James, for them to have lied and made those stories up, like, they would have had to have been such expert criminal masterminds, which I just don't think that they are. And I also think that, like, if Wade, if he wanted cheap publicity, if he wanted money from, like, a tabloid story, and that's what, like, his recollections of his abuse constitutes as, from the perspective of the Michael Jackson fans, he's lying, so I guess that's what they think he's doing. If he just wanted that kind of, like, cheap attention and cheap money from tabloids to tell his story, which he didn't even go to cheap tabloids in the first place for the Michael Jackson stuff. He went to, like, reputable publications. But, like, he had an opportunity to do that in the 2000s when he was the person that broke up Britney and Justin, and he didn't. So I don't know why he would make such more severe allegations, if they were false, later against one of the most famous people of the 20th and 21st centuries. Especially someone with such a rabid fan base. Like, there was just nothing in it for him. So it just doesn't make sense to me. And again, the stories are so fucking believable. And especially in Neverland, in Leaving Neverland, they show, like, photos of them that Wade and his family had, that James and his family had. They have, like, audio recordings of voicemails that Michael left them, you know? Like, and is he saying in the voicemails, like, hey, I molested your sons last night? No, of course not. But we can prove so easily that he was in these boys' lives to an inappropriate degree, given the fact that, like, this was just some random fucking family, and he was doing this to so many different families, too. Like, we have so much evidence of him involving himself in multiple different families' lives for, like, brief periods of time, and then for whatever reason he seems to kind of exit their lives around when, like, the children get about, like, 14, 15 years old. There's just so much evidence that he was there. The only thing that we can't prove just from some sort of, like, physical evidence is the idea that he molested these boys. But it's like, they have such realistic descriptions of the abuse that it's like, it doesn't make sense to me that they would be making that part up, but then the rest of it is true? No. And here with Michael and with the Cassios, there's so much fucking footage of him with them. We already knew that the Cassios were involved in his life anyway, but, like, there's so much extra proof now of, like, look at all these photos that they have. And they've got, like, videos that he made for them. It's so much. And also, again, it's like their stories are all so believable. Like, they have allegations that are very similar to one another, which, of course, they're a family, so I guess you can say that they, like, corroborated, they collaborated, and tried to make it as realistic as possible. If you're being, like, the most skeptical of them, you can be like, okay, they all talked to each other and came up with these stories. But then it's like, but it's so similar to all the other stories, too. And I guess you can say, like, okay, well, those stories were all so public anyway, so maybe they based their stories around that. But it's like, well, then how are they doing it so well, though? Like, how is everyone who's accusing Michael Jackson of things, how are they all so good at coming up with believable stories? Because that's a thing, too. It was like, not only are false allegations of abuse like this very, very rare, when they do happen, they are committed by people who are, like, pretty mentally ill, because that's what it takes to make a false allegation like this, because it's not a rational thing to do. So usually if someone's going to make up a story about their abuse, it will lack consistency. It will sound like really insane. It won't sound realistic. And like, that's not the case here. These all make sense. And they're also like, they're similar to one another. They follow like similar beats in like the grooming process and stuff, to the point that it sounds very believable of like, yeah, this was his pattern. This is what he did with multiple people. But also they're slightly different from one another too. Like, the fact that now we do have a woman coming forward with a story of abuse. There was an unnamed woman who accused him that we have like some records of, but she's never come forward publicly to really talk about it. But so we have known that there was another woman accusing him before, but for the most part it was boys. But now this woman who's accusing him, she not only is a woman who was abused as a girl, and it does seem like he had a preference for boys, so that's different in and of itself, but like, she said that he kept abusing her up until she was like 16, which I think is maybe the latest into someone's life that we're aware of him doing it. And she says that it stopped when she just started saying no and like refused to participate in it, which again makes sense. And if you're trying to come up with the most severe allegations possible, then you wouldn't even say that part. You wouldn't say that, like, he stopped when I just kept telling him no. You would put some other, like, spin on it. Because what issue would you have adding more lies if you were lying in the first place? It's just, I don't know what it will take for some people to believe that he did these things. There's 12 fucking accusers. 12! That's a lot. That's a lot of people to be making stuff up. One thing that was pretty outlandish in the documentary, though, one of the kids said, one of the people, who was a kid at the time, but he's an adult now, he said that Michael drank his urine to prove that he loved him, which, that's like the most kind of odd allegation that I've heard thus far, but it also does kind of make sense with some of the other stuff that has come out of like some of the porn and stuff that was in his house. Doesn't seem like something he wouldn't do, but like, gross. Disgusting. And then this was just funny to me. I saw this on Twitter and it made me laugh. Warning, there is a gay slur in here, but like, oh, this clip was just so good.
That's where I'm coming from. But is he gay?
You know, let's put it this way. My mother has always said that he's, I hate to use this word, she's always said that he's a faggot.
Who said that?
My mother, she would always say this. And I would always say, Mother, you shouldn't say that. And she said, well, he is. And she would always say that. However, I don't know if there's a difference of being gay and a person who likes to be with little boys.
Very big difference. Very big thing, so the people shall.
I just love that. I love the way that it cuts off.
Difference of being gay and a person who likes to be with little boys.
Very big difference. Very big thing, so the people shall.
Who is this? I thought at first when I saw it, I was like, oh, is that Oprah? But I was like, no, that's not Oprah. But who is this? I don't know. I haven't found this clip yet, but I keep watching. I've been watching a lot of Michael Jackson stuff. Because it just like, it's like you start and then it just shows up in your like YouTube recommendation. So I just keep watching more and more stuff. I'm watching a lot of stuff about like Neverland and the design of everything. And that's what's so creepy too. Is like, there's 12 accusers that we know of. I would assume, I've looked a little bit more into it, and I think that it's up to him if he's going to come forward, and who's really to say, but like, there are multiple people that saw him doing things with Macaulay Culkin, to a degree where I'm like, Macaulay probably also was abused, but I don't know, maybe the stuff that people saw was the extent of it, and even that stuff, though, was pretty bad. But maybe it didn't go any further than that, and so maybe Macaulay doesn't consider himself a victim of abuse, and that way, because it didn't escalate to the same places that the other boys' abuse did, or maybe he's still in denial. Like, I don't know. I don't want to speak on Macaulay, but like, I definitely do think that there's more than 12. people that he abused, almost certainly. And also, like, Corey Feldman, too. He has always denied abuse, but then he did admit to, like, Michael watching porn in front of him when he was a kid. So, you know, I think that's abuse enough. So, like, you can buck that up to, like, 13 at that point, and probably 14 with Macaulay. So, a lot of kids. But what really is, like, the most kind of disturbing to me is just looking at everything at Neverland and seeing how much it was designed to appeal to children, and the amount of families that were going through the amusement park and going through his house on such a regular basis. It's like, the amount of kids that he abused is somewhat limitless. I don't know. It's really, really disturbing. So I see someone say MJ video incoming. Probably not, I would assume, but I probably will just continue looking into stuff, and maybe I'll do, like, more updates and stuff as I come across things in these streams, just because I am falling down a rabbit hole a little bit. Just, you know, just a little. But I did see some people with the last stream saying that I should make that into a highlight, and maybe I'll do, like, a longer stream at some point where we, like, really go through a lot of stuff. Because the thing is that the last stream was mostly just, like, a small collection of shit. If I'm going to make something into a highlight and put it onto the second channel, I think I want it to be more, like, detailed and go into some of the allegations and stuff even more, and the evidence and whatnot. So I'm not going to make a highlight video out of the last stream, but maybe we'll do something in a future stream where we go through more of it. But you also, to be clear, you guys can, if there's something from one of the streams that you want as a clip so that you can share it, I don't care. You can clip stuff if you'd like to. Don't just, like, fully re-upload my VODs, but clip whatever you want. I'm not going to claim you. Though, the copyright owners of some of the clips I play might claim you as they claim me, but I dispute them, and it works for me. So if it works for me, it should work for you as well. So go right ahead. Go right ahead. But moving on. Let's talk about the Met. This was a funny video that I saw of someone comparing the Nigerian celebrities on the red carpet for the Africa Magic Viewers' Choice Awards to our Met Gala here in the States, and the difference is pretty striking.
It's this look, and we get this look. They get this look, and we get this look. They get this look, and we get this look. Even the men, they get this look. We get a suit. We get a suit. They got this look. We get this. They have this look. Oh God, we get this look. Why can't we have this? AMVCA gets this look.
And yeah, especially with the men, like, the men at the Met Gala were fairly pathetic. Just really bad. That being said, I do think there were a lot of good looks. I'm not going to go through all of them. If you were here for the member stream last week, I did essentially, like, live react to stuff as it was happening, because it was during the Met Gala. But I'm just going to do some highlights. I'm going to hit our girls first, because that's who we need to pay attention to. But they're actually, like, when I was going through the Vogue article of all the outfits, there were some really good ones. It's high highs and low lows. So, you know, but the men were pretty pathetic across the board. There were maybe a few men who were good, but yeah, just kind of pathetic. So here's Doja Cat. I'm not crazy about it. My whole thing with the Met is, like, oh, did I rate it? Oh no, that's just the final results. My whole thing with the Met is, like, I want to see you in something that I wouldn't see you anywhere else. And this is something that I just feel like she could have worn to another red carpet. It doesn't feel that special to me. She looks nice. It's just not that exciting. Tate McRae, boring as fucking hell. Just absolutely uninteresting, uninspiring. I mean, she looks nice. She's a good-looking woman. Now, I did see this clip, because I guess Hassan did some Met Gala coverage, and he did play because of course his audience, which is full of a bunch of dudes, was very, very against the Met Gala because it's shallow or something. And he did like defend it, and he did play a clip of, I guess, The Devil Wears Prada, the whole thing with Miranda being like, oh, you think this has nothing to do with you? I guess he played that, which, okay. I fuck with this on this week. He didn't piss me off at all this week. But I did think this clip was funny because similarly, when I first became aware of Tate McRae, I had no idea she was as young as she was. Now, I figured it out just the first time I saw her in an interview. When I heard her talk, I was like, oh, that's a young girl. But I do kind of relate to him here.
Bruh, Chatter was saying Tate McRae is 22. Tate McRae is 22? She's 22 years old? What the fuck? Wait, really? Bro, what's up with Zoomers, man? Is it MAGA face? What is that? Wait, what? She's 22? I thought she was like... No disrespect. I think she's a very attractive lady. But I thought she was like... I thought she was like 32. Fuck. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Yeah,
She's
MAGA face is cold. She does kind of have MAGA face, though. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I don't know. I think it's mostly just kind of the blonde, perhaps. But yeah, I was just similarly shocked, and so I did relate to him in that instance. Moving on, we have... Let me turn on the fashion music. We have Gracie Abrams, who... Definitely feel like you could have worn this somewhere else, but there she is. Looks nice, I guess. We had Leve. Very cute. I do like the outfit. I think it's like a cute, nice outfit, but for the Met? I mean, she looks nice. Looks beautiful. Charli. It was inspired, so that the theme this year was, the theme was, what was it? Was it costume art? And then the dress code was fashion is art, which I saw someone tweet, it's like saying cock is dick, and it's like, yeah, it is kind of redundant, but you can do whatever you want with the theme, I suppose. It's a pretty open theme, and yet some people still didn't do a whole lot. But I guess this is supposed to be a reference to Van Gogh's irises, so that's the iris from Van Gogh. I did see a lot of people criticizing the fact that, like, everyone chose to embrace this theme by making direct references to other art forms instead of, like, actually just making, like, a dress that has artistic merit. They wore outfits that had references to other forms of art, which somewhat diminishes the art form of fashion in and of itself. But I'm like, well, I think part of the fun about fashion and the reason that it is an art and it can be artistic is just the fact that it can embrace all of these different art forms, and it's something that you wear, you know, like it can kind of reference various things that exist in other medias, and that's a part of it. And then there's Cher. This is something that I really feel like she could have and would have worn at any other red carpet. And this is not different to me than anything she's worn at the Grammys or the VMAs. I also don't totally know how it fits the theme, but I didn't look into it, so maybe it does. We have Cardi B, which I did kind of like this look. I'm a little confused by it. Like, I don't know exactly what's going on here, but I like it. And this is something you would wear at the Met. I don't feel like she would just wear this to the Grammys. Though maybe she would. She's adventurous. But yeah, I like that. I don't know what the fuck it is supposed to represent. I don't know what any of that is, but love it. Good job. Then here's Tyla and Teyana Taylor. Looks cute. I do like the outfit. I think she looks beautiful. It's, again, not super exciting to me as a Met Gala outfit. And especially, you know, that one that she wore years ago with the sand, like the sands of time or whatever, that really was a highlight. So she hasn't quite met those standards yet. But it was a cute outfit. Now here's Rihanna's look. I can't play the audio because of the copyright, but it's adventurous. I'll say that. It's not something that I think she would have worn on any other red carpet. Do I like it? Not particularly. The makeup looks nice, but it looks like such a jumble of stuff to me. Like, I feel like the different pieces aren't differentiated enough from one another, but maybe there's like more meaning and stuff to it that I'm not aware of that would make me like it more. I just don't love it sight unseen. But there was a little bit of drama with Rihanna. Let me turn the music off for a second. Oh shit, nope, not started over. So here's Rihanna ignoring Tyla. As you can see, here's Tyla right there. Oh, just standing, waiting. I think she wanted to go up to Rihanna, but Rihanna was like kind of busy and maybe she didn't want to interrupt her, but yeah.
What up, Ree? It's my God for you. I called you.
There's some sort of copyright music there too, but yeah, Rihanna's just not really giving Tyla the time of day. I don't know if she knew that Tyla was back there. Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. Not sure. She also already just looked kind of annoyed. Rocky looked happier, but perhaps that was the problem. It seems like there was something maybe happening with Rihanna and ASAP, which I'll come back to. But here's what Tyla posted like the next day.
Oh, but I just woke up. My voice is raspy. But basically, y'all, everyone knows I love Ree. Oh my gosh. So I met her last year. And she was cool. You know, I met her, but I think she was occupied because she was like, I went up to her, I was like, oh, hey, you know.
I hate the mouth noises. They're not that bad, but it's a little much.
She was like, hey, my baby daddy's calling me, and then she left. And I was like, oh, maybe she was busy. So I don't know, I felt awkward. What the heck? I felt awkward. I don't know how to say hi. If I feel like someone's busy, it's like, So this time, I was waiting for my car and she was right there, and I was, yeah. So this time, yeah, I don't want to go up because I felt like she was busy, you know what I mean? And the last time she was busy. So I want to, like, when we do speak, if we do end up speaking ever, I want it to be, like, calm, so we both can just, you know, vibe and talk nicely.
So, yeah, I guess, I mean, she kind of is, like, she's a Rihanna daughter. I don't know if there really have been a whole lot of those. Maybe. But so I think that she maybe idolizes Rihanna to a large extent. I don't know if Rihanna fucks with her, because as Tyla is saying, whatever meeting they had before, Rihanna didn't seem super interested in talking to her and said the whole thing about, like, oh, my baby daddy's calling. And then here, I don't know if Rihanna even saw Tyla there, but doesn't seem like she made an effort to go talk to Tyla. So I don't know. I don't know if there's something between the two of them, or specifically something with Rihanna towards Tyla. Don't know. But I did see this, and I am manifesting this because there was a large length of time where it seemed like Mariah Carey did not fuck with Ariana Grande, despite Ariana being an obvious Mariah daughter. And now they do stuff together. Now they're cool. Now they've like had multiple collabs. So maybe this is Tyla and Rihanna's future. Maybe we can weather this storm and it'll all work out. Now, Rihanna and A$AP seem to not be having a great night. This is, I think, footage, and this is shitty, but this is already so viral. But this is footage, I guess, of them in their limo or something on the ride home.
Oh, she's tired. Oh, Riri! Oh, she's not happy. Oh, she's not happy. I'm looking at his They are not happy.
Just don't come up, guys. What? Don't go up.
Oh, but they're not happy. Are they arguing?
Low key looks like it.
They were partying when they left. I'm tired. They spent like 4 hours getting her ready. She was on.
Back it up!
To your left! Riri! Riri, over here, please! To your left! Riri, to your left!
You were beautiful!
Where you going? Where you guys going?
So yeah, it seems like maybe Rihanna just was not having a good night. But it's like they're a couple. I don't know if they're engaged or if they're just together. But it's like they spend a lot of time together. Sometimes things happen. Doesn't mean that they're like breaking up. It just might be was like a little bit of an argument. But I guess there's lip readers that are putting together what she's saying, and allegedly she's saying, "You don't care for me, do you?" To which he responds with, "Are you for real? You're crazy. Can't you see? Crap, crap. Get out, I can't be around you." Yeah, I really don't think that A$AP was saying crap, crap. Maybe, but I don't know. But they did put out a statement that says, Ree and Rocky weren't arguing, but simply drained from the event. It was a long day and they were running on empty. They're happy and people are simply overanalyzing a tired moment. Yeah, it could be very easily what it was. That's it. But it is somewhat juicy. And then we have Ms. Katy Perry. Put the music back on. So, here's her outfit. She was in Stella McCartney. Her glove features a sixth finger, quietly referencing the viral spread of AI-generated fan art that depicted her on the Met Gala red carpet in 2024 and 2025, despite her not attending. This year, Katy collaborated with fan artist Sally Katy Cat to share an exclusive visual rendering of her look on the carpet before she actually arrived, turning her appearance into performance art that blurs the lines between reality and fabrication and transforming digital misinformation into a playful tradition on fashion's biggest night. Every year, over 100 billion pieces of clothing are produced, and every second, a truckload of textiles ends up in a landfill. Katy's satin gown and train are from Italian deadstock Duchess satin, all repurposed from surplus tailoring fabrics, meaning that no new materials were used to make this dress. That's nice. Love that. The custom headpiece by Miodrag Guberinic captures her public performance as art, designed to be a literal and symbolic reflection that invites the observer to consider that their perception of others can mirror their own internal world and conversely mask truth. Okay. A lot of words for just some bullshit, to be honest with you. So there's her outfit. I don't know what all that's about. She had a mask on at one point. Kind of made her look like a robot. She had the 6 fingers. Write a tarot card with her for some reason. But then here's the thing. She also then posted AI photos of herself onto Instagram, because that's AI. I don't know, that's probably AI too, to some extent. And then there was another one in here too. That one's also AI. And it's like, okay. Is the implication here, because the theme is fashion is art, is the implication that AI is art? Don't love that. Whatever. Then there was Beyonce in like a kind of skeletonish look. I do like it. However, I do feel like it's an outfit that it's like similar to other outfits we've seen her in before. So, you know, not like super exciting to me, but it's nice. I do like it. And I like the big train. But she was one of the co-chairs, so she did have to do some red carpet interviews. Which she does not like to do. She doesn't do interviews a whole lot. And she got asked a question. What's her favorite piece of art? And here's what she said.
Is there one piece of art that has changed your life?
I would say my children.
Your children?
Yes.
One more time?
My children.
Oh yeah, the greatest work of art.
Sorry?
Girl, that doesn't count. You know damn well what he meant. And also, so she did, Blue Ivy was on the carpet as well, and I've been very, like, ugh, I haven't loved the ways that she's started incorporating her children into her career, into her public life, especially, like, just bringing them on tour to me was kind of not my favorite. But even that is like, that's supposed to be a kind of sweet answer of like, oh, my children are a work of art. But it does almost feel, in a sense, in the context of everything, it's like, do you see your children as a commodity? Do you see your children as like a work? Not like human beings that have like a certain level of development that should be respected in relation to their daily activities? Do you just see them as like a thing that you've created? I don't know. It's a little weird to me in the context of everything else. But then here was her inside look, which I do love. I kind of like it more than the carpet look, to be honest with you. But then, just pivoting for a second, not Met Gala related, but Beyonce related, because there were rumors at the time that she was gonna announce Act 3 at the Met Gala, which she did not. But we did get a little bit of tea here about a video that was apparently filmed during the Renaissance era that has just never been released.
Literally thought that
there's Barbie Ferreira, a cat in Euphoria, who's no longer on Euphoria.
You know, there are times when I've thought that like, oh, this is never gonna come out.
Totally.
I like did a Beyonce music video 3.5 years ago as well, and it'll never come out. I finally have accepted it.
Wait, that's insane. What is that?
It was during Renaissance. It was like the Thick music video, and it was so cool. And I have accepted. No one will ever see it. But I do tell people I went on a Beyonce music video.
Well, of course, you have to.
And they thought I was lying for a bit. And I might still be.
Did you meet Beyonce?
No. I met her, though. She invited me to her birthday party after the music video. And I met her. And you can ask Nadia Lee Cohen. Okay. She directed it. Yeah. We can ask it.
No, that video, Nadia Lee Cohen directing, you in it? You starring in it? Are you starring?
In my head, I'm starring. It was a bunch of really cool girls. It was like Shy Girl, Carmen Electra, Megan Thee Stallion, Precious was in it. Like, it was just all cool. It was like thick bitches, you know? The thick baddies.
She has to put that out.
Yeah, I know.
But I
One
guess
day.
it's over.
We consider Carmen Electra a thick bitch. Maybe I haven't seen her in a while.
For
it's been like
Renaissance
almost 4 years. I swear to God, I have been holding on hope until this very moment. I think this is when I accept that I'm not going to be in the Beyonce.
Like, what the hell? Why didn't she release any of the visuals from the first two? It's like, is she saving it for when all three of them are done? Is that what's gonna happen? That, like, there's gonna be some, like, bigger project that's gonna come out? Because also, like, what the hell happened with the Renaissance tour? The tour film that I saw in a fucking theater and has not been accessible anywhere else. She's frustrating me. And they're teasing Act 3 at this point, so, like, it does seem like it's gonna be a rock album. Stevie Nicks is probably going to be on it because this video of Destiny's Child with Stevie got put up onto Beyonce's website recently. But it's like, girl, again, like, you have to hurry up. Because, as I said before, I do think that, like, stuff isn't always looking very good for Jay-Z in terms of, like, various allegations against him, may or may not have, like, I mean, he is in the Epstein files. Whether or not he actually did anything, who's to say? But, like, at some point, something might break with him, and you don't want to get pulled down in that, and I really don't want the album to be pulled down in that, so if you could just release it right now, Beyonce, please. But she won't. Anyway, back to the Met. Here's Sam Smith. I do like it. I think it's cute. Very Met Gala appropriate. Then we have Lisa. I liked this one. I did kind of wish that the arm was like a little bit, like it's so different from the rest. I kind of wish there was a better transition there, but I like it. Met Gala appropriate, love it. I love the makeup. Oh god, it looks so good. Then Bad Bunny. Looks like an old man. Apparently the prosthetics were crafted by the same makeup artist who did the cover for The Weeknd's Dawn FM. He looked really cool. Another man, we have Somber, who I do kind of, I like the outfit, honestly. I think he looks cool, and I like the makeup and stuff, but it's like, this is the kind of shit he wears at every other red carpet and every, like, award show and stuff. It's just, it's not special. I want it to be more special, but he looks fine. Then we have Doechii, who looked incredible. I love this one. And this is one where I'm like, could she have worn this on another red carpet? Maybe. I don't know. No, I think this is it. It has to be this. And I love every part of it. I think the coloring is so good. Like, the color of the makeup, the color of, you see a little nipple there. The color of the dress, the headpiece, just, it all works so fucking well. And I love the fact that she's barefoot, and she's also, like, she's very, just kind of shimmery, like, oh, so good. So good. And then SZA, also a very good use of color here. This almost looks like the kind of dress that, like, you see an AI photo of, but it's real. She looks cool. I love the color. Again, love the makeup. Just beautiful. And then Madonna. Wow. Oh, so good. The headpiece, every part of it. These bitches behind her with her dress, her train. Fantastic. Fantastic. So it's inspired by okay. So as it say, one of the coolest things about Madonna, referencing Leonora Carrington at the 2026 Met Gala, is that she also paid tribute to her over 30 years ago in the Bedtime Story music video, referencing the giantess, the guardian of the egg. Tonight's theme was really made for her. Yeah, so it's this painting here. Oh, she nailed that. just, like, this is what you're supposed to do at the Met Gala. That's what the carpet is for. Someone else who also nailed it, Miss Sabrina. Covered in film strips for the movie Sabrina, starring Audrey Hepburn. Looks fantastic. Like, you can literally see the movie. Wow. And there were a lot of little details for this, too. So, she has a little Sabrina piece on her head. She also has these, like, film strip nails. And then also the film strips themselves, some of them were bedazzled. Nailed it. Nailed it. She answered a question perhaps more honestly than Beyonce did. When asked what her favorite movie was, she said Shrek 2. So there you go. She also did a performance inside. Let me turn this on. Love that dress. And then that's pretty much all of our girls. I might have missed some. I apologize if I did. There were a lot of people. But we had some Funko Pop stuff, which I do. A lot of people get down on the Funko Pop shit, but I like it because it's like they do merch for properties that don't always have merch, and especially pop stars. Pop stars used to have like Barbie dolls and stuff. They don't do Barbie dolls anymore, but some of them do Funko Pops, and I do like that. Now, these are just like drawings. I don't think that Funko is planning to release these, but I still thought it was cute. Not as cunty as like a Brat doll recreation, a Brat doll drawing, but still cute. But then we had some other highlights. So this, I wouldn't call this outfit a highlight to me. Keke Palmer, I thought the outfit was just like fine. I mean, she looks nice, but you know, for the Met Gala, little lacking. But she did do a TikTok with Slater's dance. Love to see that. Love the promo. And then we had, I tried to mostly keep highlights in here of the outfits that I liked, but I do just have to shit talk Lauren Bezos for a second. Like, what the fuck? So like, her and Jeff Bezos were the co-sponsors or something for the event, and she showed up looking like this, like something you could wear at fucking prom. Paid all that money to get into the Met Gala, and then wasn't even on theme, just wanted to look hot. Just shameful. Offensively boring. Like, if you're paying to wedge yourself into fashion culture, at least take a leap. Gross. Exactly. Also, Nicole Kidman's outfit. I love Nicole Kidman, so she can do whatever the fuck she wants, but also a little lacking. But she said, to explain her outfit, fashion is art, and I wanted something red because I wanted to embrace the way in which red has been used in art throughout the years. Okay. Sure. Then we have Iseult. Love this. Kind of looks like a bug. I like a kind of a bug look. Don't really know who that is, to be honest with you, but I like the look. Then Emma Chamberlain. I mean, that's just fucking beautiful. And they did like they showed the making of the dress, and it really is like, it is paint. Look at that. Just gorgeous. And then Eileen Gu. I just like, the bubbles are coming off of her dress. I love that. Don't know who this is, but I love it. I love bubbles too. Just in general, I think they're so delightful. You have Kendall and Kylie Jenner, who are both repping Skims like nipples shit. Which I guess they have to stick with their family brand. Kendall's, I mean, it doesn't even look like it fits her. Like, what is happening with her boob there? She did actually, she had a part that looked kind of more like wings when she like fluffed it out, but on the red carpet it was pretty uneventful. Kylie's I did like more, still not one of my favorites of the night, but I did appreciate it, and I love a bleached brow. So, that was cute. And then Kim was also there, not promoting her Skims as much, but still made something kinda nipple-y. So she was in Alan Jones and Whitaker Malum. I do like it. A lot of people clown on Kim, but she is kind of cunty with the looks, with the visuals, you know? And I saw a whole bunch of people, speaking of Twitter being unbearable, so many people this last week were like laughing about the idea that she's failed the bar a third time. She didn't take the bar this year. I think people are under the impression that she took the bar this year and failed again, but that just literally didn't happen. I don't know, like, everyone, I get it. There are so many reasons to criticize Kim Kardashian, but the way that people just want to, like, call her stupid and make fun of her for being stupid, it's like, but she didn't take the bar this time. And also the California bar, I've heard, is pretty challenging. So, like, yeah, okay, she failed it once or twice, but, like, you would do any better. But yeah, she didn't take the bar again. I don't know why people think she did. And then M.I.A, which when I first saw the look, I was like, whatever, like, just from afar, I was like, okay, it's a black dress. I've seen plenty of those, but actually the details on this one were really cool. So, like, there's like tears on her eyes, and then the really cool thing was the hair. So that's the hair there. It's like meant to look like a sculpture. But then what I actually thought was kind of dumb of her was the hood covers up the back of the headpiece. The back looks so cool. Got little snakes there. Look at even just the sides. Like, people should have seen that, girl, on the carpet. Now, there was a little bit of controversy. I wouldn't even call it controversy so much with her, but apparently, so she posted this onto her Instagram at the Washington Post. She said, I usually stay quiet and keep to myself, but at Washington Post and at, I don't know who that is, Mura Judicus? How dare you misalign my character and imply that I ripped my outfit and peed on myself during the Met Gala of 2024? Fact check next time, are you crazy? Now I saw that and I was like, pardon? They said what about you? So people went and found this article, and I guess this is like, I don't know, some stylist or designer or something. It says, Freeman recounted one bathroom mishap. A Met Gala client of his made a stunning entrance in an elaborate couture sheer mesh jumpsuit, intricately embroidered and adorned with a stunning array of hand-stitched Swarovski crystals and pearls covering her from neck to toe. Freeman declined to say who this celebrity was, but Detective Google shows that in 2024, model M.I.A wore an outfit that matches this description. There was one problem. The zipper got stuck while this client was getting dressed. The tailor decided to sew her into the bodysuit. during the dinner, she was swept up in the grandeur and excitement, had some drinks, and completely forgot about the zipper situation. She ended up tearing a hole in the gown, he added, because inevitably her bladder decided to remind her. Okay, it doesn't say here that she peed on herself, I should say. It just says that, like, she had to be ripped out of the gown. But I guess, okay, maybe the implication is that she peed on herself. I get if that didn't happen, why she would maybe be annoyed. But is it that serious? I mean, she said... Oh, there's her look. If you find any photos of my outfit ripped or urine dripping down my legs, send it to me. But she said they misaligned her character. I was like, well, I don't know about that part. I think that maybe they just... It's just like a funny story. Like, I don't know that anyone's gonna think less of you. Because you maybe peed yourself a little bit. Remember that time Fergie peed herself? On stage? You know, it happens. Then we also have Letterboxd member Anne Hathaway, who, you know, I think it could have been a little more exciting, but I do like it. I like that it's big. Wish we could see the back there. And then we have Heidi Klum, who... I mean, as per usual. Normally she saves this stuff for her Halloween party, but I mean, that's incredible. I wonder how it like worked too, like how do they keep everything in place like that? And I did like seeing photos of her with other celebrities that night. There's her with Ben Stiller. It looks like she's just a fucking statue. There she is with Emma. Oh my god. She is so cool. Then we have Hunter Schafer, who looked beautiful. And then this was the after party. That's cute too. And then Janelle Monáe, this one was really cool. We also have Jordan Roth and Dree Hemingway. I don't know if they were there together or if they just happened to be near each other on the carpet, but both of those were pretty cool. And then finally, there were a lot of other cool outfits, but just our last feature here, Miss Blake Lively. Now, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't love the dress. I don't like this part right here, like the little thing that she has kind of like on her bodice. I didn't love that, but I love the train. It looks really beautiful when it's splayed out like that, and it was very exciting to see her on the carpet. Here's another. Yeah, so like I don't love this part. I think it would have been much better without it. And it also is like, is it that special for the Met Gala? No, not really, but I like the big train. But just nice to see her there. And here's, I guess, this little bag purse thing that she had her like kids' drawings on it, which is really cool. She said, we were trying to find a famous and iconic work of art to put on it and make it look like it was framed. And then I said, since you're going to make it custom, would you also do it with my kids? Each of my kids painted a watercolor. My 4 children did that, so I have them with me because I'm shy too, so I like having the kids close by. Isn't it special? To be honest, I could probably hide them under my dress. I should have hidden them down there. She's so funny. But obviously the big thing happening with Miss Blake Lively, right before the Met Gala, it was announced that Blake and Justin have reached a settlement. Now, this is somewhat surprising. I really didn't think that they were gonna settle, because especially we were so close. The trial would have started, I think, next week or the week after that, so we were very close to trial time. But they have settled, and it's a little confusing as to, like, what was in it for either of them, really. I mean, I guess Justin, I think, was just gonna lose, so that's what's in it for him. But they didn't exchange any sort of money, so a lawyer for Justin Baldoni confirmed in a court filing on Friday that Blake Lively will receive no financial payout under the settlement she reached with the actor's production company, but the agreement embraces that she can continue to seek compensation through a related legal avenue. So she is seeking attorney's fees for the lawsuit that he filed against her for defamation. So it still allows Ms. Lively to pursue a significant payout through a motion that seeks to penalize Mr. Baldoni and his associates for filing, which he describes as a baseless and retaliatory defamation countersuit against her. Under the agreement, Mr. Baldoni gave up the right to appeal if the judge overseeing the case decides to award Ms. Lively damages and lawyer's fees. Her motion seeks to make use of a fairly new California law that was enacted to discourage lawsuits that could intimidate people who complain of sexual misconduct or harassment. Ms. Lively got the right to pursue her damages claim in a setting that is faster and final via a groundbreaking statute that provides for mandatory monetary awards. Ms. Hudson also noted that Mr. Baldoni's side gave up its right to appeal the judge's dismissal of its defamation suit, which asked for at least $400 million. So yeah, I guess that's the terms of the settlement. Blake can still seek, she can seek attorney's fees for the lawsuit that he filed against her. He can't appeal that decision, and he also can't appeal the dismissal of that case in the first place. So that's what Blake's getting out of it. Justin, I guess, is getting out of it in the way that he's now no longer being sued. So that's it. So yeah, they did put out a joint statement from the two sides, which struck a conciliatory note saying they recognize concerns raised by Ms. Lively deserve to be heard. So there was an acknowledgement in that way of, like, there maybe was some amount of sexual harassment, or at least her claims of sexual harassment deserve to be investigated, but that's kind of it. And then the continuing dispute over whether damages are due under the California law presents some level of risk for both sides. Mr. Baldoni's lawyers have asserted that damages are unwarranted and that the actor had every right to seek his own legal recourse for what he considered wrongdoing by Ms. Lively, but a ruling in her favor could put significant compensation on the line without him having the option to appeal. Both sides have spent heavily to retain top-shelf legal teams. The California statute is now the new focus of the dispute, specifically outlines the circumstances under which those who are found to have been wrongly sued can be compensated. So that's where we're standing right now. I am a little, like, I think it makes sense, because, like, to go through an entire trial is just, it's so emotionally draining. It's financially draining, clearly. So I understand Blake's decision to settle. I am a little, I'm curious about, I guess maybe it doesn't seem like there are any terms regarding either one of them, like, signing a non-disclosure agreement or anything, so it seems like they both can talk about what happened after this. So I'm wondering if, like, Blake will maybe be seeking to, like, get her story out there about, because she was mostly at this point focusing on the retaliation campaign against her from Justin, rather than just trying to solve the original sexual harassment. So I'm wondering if maybe there's going to be some sort of, like if she's going to put out an interview or something talking about that, if she's going to do, like, a documentary, some sort of, like, 60-minute special or something. I don't know, because I feel like she just hasn't gotten what she came to the lawsuit to do. But if there's no like non-disclosure agreement, then it maybe is just more worth it for her to pursue speaking about that issue outside of the courtroom in the first place. I don't know. We'll see. Reportedly, they both spent around $60 million combined to sue and countersue each other, which is more than twice the budget of This Ends With Us. So this is a rather, again, it's not quite over yet, because they are still going over the legal fees, but this is still a very anticlimactic ending for a battle that was pretty intense. And of course, the Team Baldoni side is celebrating this. So TMZ, who has been publishing pro-Justin Baldoni shit the entire time, is saying that Blake Lively went in like a lion when she sued Justin Baldoni, but she went out like a lamb. Because TMZ has learned she got no money in the settlement. Well, it's like, but neither did he. Like, he didn't really win anything from the settlement either. So, I don't know. But of course, the misogyny slop ecosystem does not stop, because now there's a whole lot of debate about whether or not it was appropriate for Blake to go to the Met Gala. The fuck? Like, she's not allowed to exist publicly. She's not allowed to go to an event that she was invited to because she was sexually harassed. Like, what are we even talking about? Yeah, Baldoni's lawyer Brian Friedman also reacted to Lively's appearance at the event. I don't know that it was the wisest choice. If that's what she needs to heal, then more power to her. Fuck off. Yeah, this was their statement. The end product, the movie It Ends With Us, is a source of pride to all of us who worked to bring it to life. Raising awareness and making a meaningful impact in the lives of domestic violence survivors and all survivors is a goal that we stand behind. We acknowledge the process presented challenges and recognize concerns raised by Ms. Lively deserve to be heard. But then there are people doing like lip reading things with Blake on the red carpet, because people are obsessed with vilifying her in every way. Now this one's fairly neutral. This is some lip reader on TikTok who I think is kind of popular. This is what she thinks Blake is saying.
Thank you. Can I give you... Oh wait, can I just give you this for 1 second? Thank you. You guys can just leave it that way if you want. It'll trail behind me. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Hold on 1 sec. Do you mind fluffing that? I'm so sorry. Perfect. That's great. Thank you. Sorry. They work so hard. I have to make it nice. I'll be there soon. I'm standing all over this thing. Thank you.
So that's kind of reasonable, but then here's someone else's take on it.
You've just lost your job, babe. Okay, it's not that difficult. You've just lost your job, babe. Yeah. Are you just gonna stand there? Ugh, I'll do it myself.
And they have to do the farting thing, because remember, that was a story about her, that she farts on sets. You know, like a human being.
For goodness sake. Oh. Oh. Now go away. Move it, you pathetic dork. Oh, sorry. They work so hard. I have to be nice. Hello, is anyone gonna get this?
I'll get it.
We love you, Blake. I hate you. Okay, just... You're causing me all this trauma. Do you believe that one day you'll have to answer to Jesus? I only answer to Ryan. Okay.
So that's cool. Anyway, moving on. Is this AI edited? I don't know. It's some dumb voice over top of it. I don't know if that's an AI voice or if human being said that into a microphone. Either way, it's just very obnoxious. Now, I do want to talk a little bit about this New York Times Magazine listicle that came out of the 30 greatest living songwriters. So I saw a lot of people talking about this online, and every bit of discourse on the internet at this point is unbearable, and this is no exception. I saw people talking about this, some people were complaining about it, and I at first was just like, it's a listicle. It's like the 30 greatest living songwriters. Like, how the fuck are you gonna decide on that? Like, it just seems like an impossible task. And so many of these listicles just really feel like rage bait. They feel like, it feels like, especially Rolling Stone sometimes, will pick such bizarre choices for their listicles that I'm like, there's no way they didn't pick that without knowing that like people online are going to talk about it and that's going to generate engagement. So I went into this fairly skeptical. I didn't even want to read it because I was like, I don't fucking, how are they going to decide on the 30 greatest living songwriters? But I have to say, I do actually think the list is about as decent as it could be. It's maybe not all choices that I would have picked, but they all make sense to me. And even the ones that I wouldn't pick, it's just because I'm not that familiar with the discography. Like, Young Thug is in here, and I'm like, I guess I just don't know that much about Young Thug. I wouldn't have thought, there he is. I wouldn't have thought that Young Thug would be considered one of the greatest living songwriters, but I don't know enough of his music. Maybe he is. Maybe he really is that fucking good. But yeah, I don't have really any issues with this. There are a few people that I think maybe could have or should have been here, but you can only have 30, so they can't all be here. I think the biggest issue that I've seen with it, because I saw a lot of people talking about this and a lot of people criticizing it, but the people who I saw being the most critical of it was like rock fans, people like that Rick Beato guy, or I don't know how you say his last name, on YouTube. Men who I think often are very dismissive of like pop and rap music, and in a way that sometimes feels a little like misogynistic and racist. So I was like, well, whatever. I don't take those people's opinions seriously in the first place. So the fact that they're mad about this tells me that it actually is kind of good. That being said, going through it, there is no real representation of like hard rock here. There's no like metal songwriters. I also think that there is a problem with the list just including performers primarily instead of just like songwriters. Like Max Martin isn't here, which is kind of crazy. Diane Warren is, but there's a lot of like songwriters who maybe should have been here instead of just so many performers. But all in all, I was like, this is, yeah, I see what the reasoning here was. Not bad. One of the better listicles I've seen. But then they did like a podcast following, kind of explaining, a few of them did. So there's 3 of them here, 3 of the critics who were involved. That's Wesley, I don't know what his last name is actually. And then Joe Coscarelli, John Caramonica, and then this is the like supervisor of the project here. And so they were explaining their reasoning here, which I thought was kind of interesting, because, you know, these lists come out and you just kind of like, you're like, how the fuck did this group of people sit in a room and decide on like the greatest living songwriters? Or, oh yeah, that's true, Max Martin is Swedish, but it's like they were kind of loose with the American part, to be honest, because they also have I don't remember who was it. There were like 1 or 2 people that was like, well, they're Canadian, but because they contribute so much to the American music culture, they were counting that regardless. And even Joe in here makes the argument that like they could have or should have included Drake, even though he's Canadian, he's contributing to the American music industry. And so I think at that point, even though Max is Swedish, you could still say that, like, he's done so much for the American pop industry that you can include that either way. But sure, maybe that's the reason that they can leave Max off. But I thought it was kind of interesting to hear them talk about their decisions. Did I agree with everything they said? No. But still interesting to hear from them. And then there were some other people that worked on the list too that are not here. But I thought it was interesting. And then I went down to the comments and it's like... I get it. These lists are kind of made to piss people off. But I do think they're also made to, like, start conversations about music and about culture and shit. So, like, it's there for discourse. It's there to spark a conversation. And the only conversation people in the comments wanted to talk about was, like, how much they just fucking hate all these people. And how, like, narcissistic it was for them to even make this podcast talking about their decision making. And it's like, are people not allowed to just, like, engage in discourse? What are we talking about? Like, it's crazy. Each one of them is more insufferable than the other. These people are insufferable. I can't believe they are real. I wonder what the New York staff thinks of this album. Words never said by anyone prior to purchase. Like, okay, well, that's not really the point. I'm glad videos like this exist so we know who are the first people who get thrown over the wall to sacrifice to the zombie horde? I made a list of the best music critics. None of these people made the list. Honestly, no idea whether or not this is a parody. Like... I'm failing to see what it is they did wrong, really. Even if I disagree with some of their decisions or some of their talking points, I don't think that it's, like, inherently bad for them to just talk about why they came to the decisions that they did. I thought that, like, the conversation itself was kind of interesting. And I sort of liked the concept of them doing this conversation in the first place. Like, I don't know. Everyone has just kind of lost their minds. Everyone's just so angry for no fucking reason. And then people are apparently really pissed that they left Beyonce off of the list. And so this is from the FOMOI subreddit. It says, the New York Times critics reveal why Beyonce was not included in their greatest living American songwriters list, despite including the likes of Taylor Swift and Diane Warren. Like, those were so ridiculous choices. Like, Taylor Swift, I understand people think that, like, her songwriting's been overhyped and stuff. And I definitely think that I still stand by Tortured Poets. But I think that some of her most recent releases hasn't been up to par with some of her previous work. But she's still, like, Taylor has really, like, influenced the singer-songwriter, not genre, but, like, the singer-songwriter trope. Like, she has made being a singer-songwriter something that you can do in, like, a really big pop format, which obviously there are pop stars who have written their work before who are songwriters. But, like, the kind of confessional songwriting she does, that translating into, like, a big pop music, not just, like, singer-songwriter pop music, but, like, big pop spectacle. So it's like, okay, that's huge. Like, she has had such an impact over that thing. Like, Gracie Abrams probably wouldn't exist without her. Well, she would exist, you know, as a person, but, like, her music career would not be the same. Olivia Rodrigo would not be the same. There are so many artists working right now who have that kind of, like, confessional singer-songwriter sensibilities who still kind of fit more into, like, a big pop, maybe not Gracie so much, but Olivia, who fit into that, like, big pop category that was very influenced by Taylor. So, like, yeah, she absolutely deserves to be on that list. And Diane Warren has written so many good songs. I know it's kind of like a meme to mock Diane Warren, especially with, like, the whole thing of her never winning the Oscar, the Best Original Song category. But, like, that's not... Diane Warren has, like, decades and decades of work that is like some of the most popular and like biggest songs in America. She also deserves to be on the list. Whether or not Beyonce's not there doesn't negate that. But then also, I think their reasoning here for why Beyonce's not present makes total fucking sense. To the point where I'm like, why are we sharing this video acting like they're being unreasonable?
This comment from Craig.
So this is Craig. Craig wrote, Beyonce left off because? Did her style of, parentheses, genius collaborative songwriting count her out? Her last 3 albums, Lemonade, Renaissance, and Cowboy Carter, are genre-bending American classics. Referencing American Requiem at this point would seem appropriate. Be interested in the thought process of the judges, please, period.
Those old ideas.
I can tell you mine.
Buried here. Yeah.
I think of Beyonce as a curator and an executive producer. I have heard...
And performer.
And
well,
of
obvious
course,
performer.
the
Yes,
performer.
obvious, like
right.
the performer.
The performer
yes.
of the moment. I agree with most of this comment. I think I've heard demos that Beyonce is saying. I see what she adds to them. She is Frank Sinatra. She is Frank Sinatra plus Quincy Jones plus Kanye West, another person I would put in this camp. Kanye West famously, infamously uses ghostwriters, uses ghost producers. He is the magician who can put all that stuff together. He can record a session with Justin Vernon, a session with Chief Keef, a Mike Dean guitar solo, put it all together. He is the maestro. He's a modern day composer. I'm open to the argument that that's another sort of postmodern songwriting.
Yes.
But that would have been expanding the definition for me one click further, and we didn't take it there.
I think that's fair. Yeah, like she's not necessarily a traditional singer-songwriter in the way of like a Taylor Swift or a Diane Warren, where she's like the primary songwriter on her tracks, where she's often credited like as a solo songwriter, the way that Taylor and Diane sometimes are. Not Diane as much. She usually does. Well, I don't know, I guess. I haven't looked into all those credits, but like, you know, Taylor has like whole albums that are written by herself. So, you know, it's just a different kind of thing that doesn't lessen what it is Beyonce's doing. And I also feel like they made that point fairly obvious. I don't know what people are mad about, but everyone's just so mad all the time now, and it's getting really exhausting. Now, something else that came out with this New York Times piece, an interview with Taylor Swift, which, first of all, I would like to say the capitalization of the T is a little suspect. It talking, thank you, and then time of my life. It feels like an Easter egg, and it's like, girl, can we take a break for like a second? Can you stop teasing things for a second? This is why it's like, I don't know. I'm like, I don't totally get what's happening in her brain in terms of like, aren't you tired? Aren't you tired of not being able to speak and have people like decode messages? Clearly not, because like she's still kind of teasing something here. But she said quite a few different things in this interview that were just like, I said it during the Life of a Showgirl review, and I stand by it. I think she needs therapy. I think that there's a lot of stuff with her recently where I'm like, it doesn't seem like you're, it seems like you think that you're doing a lot of introspection, but it's introspection that is like, you're trying to explain yourself to yourself in a way that feels more flattering, where you don't actually have to like confront things in your psyche. And this is a huge example of that to me, because this is what she said about Reputation.
Loved the Reputation album. I was like, you guys say what you want. I know what I did. I love it. Like, go with God. Sorry. Like, you can come around if you want. It's okay if you don't. And then, you know, 6 or 7 years later, people are like, oh my God, like, ready for it. Like, people slept on that song. Loved the Reputation album.
Taylor, we have video footage of you crying because you didn't get nominated for any of the big awards at the Grammys from Reputation, and then telling your publicist on the phone, I'm gonna write a better album. I'm gonna write a better album that gets nominated next year. It's like, you cannot tell me that you just took all of the criticism from Reputation and you just dismissed it all of like, oh, I don't care, I love the album. That is so clearly not what you did. You were so clearly upset by the lack of critical acclaim that album had. You can't rewrite history to convince me otherwise when I've seen the fucking footage. You put it in your own documentary. But I think, this is the thing, is like, I think she's trying to convince herself of this. I think, and especially maybe after Life of a Showgirl kind of bombed critically, that it's her least critically acclaimed album, I feel like she's trying to convince herself of like, I don't care about that. I've never cared about that. That's not what I make music for. And it's like, well, clearly it fucking is, Taylor. And I don't think that she's ready to like, to really reconcile with that. That's why I'm like, she needs to get into therapy. She needs someone to like, kind of hold her accountable about it. For her own sake. And then she was also talking about this with the way that her fans interpret her lyrics.
There's corners of my fan base who are going to take things to a really extreme place. There's nothing I can do about that. There's people who are going to try to like do detective work, figure out the details. Who is that about? What is this? When it gets a little bit weird for me is when people act like it's sort of like a paternity test. Like, this song's about that person, because I'm like, that dude didn't write the song I did. But that's part of it. You have to hold tight to your perception of your art and your relationship with it, and then you just kind of have to like, there it goes. Hope you like it. If you don't now, hope you do in 5 years. And if you never do, then there's corners of my fan.
It's like, okay, I get it. And I think that that's like, there probably are fans that take it too far, but you can't act like that had nothing to do with you. You definitely, like, you're the one who puts in little hints about who each song is about, which then provokes people to go searching and see which person each song is about. And that's a part of the fun too, because it's a part of the lore. Like, and that's something that is sort of like interesting about Taylor's artistry, is that like it is attached to her as a person, and you can kind of link it to like specific events or specific people that she's interacted with. And it makes it a little bit more real, and it makes it more of like an ongoing story. That's a perfectly like legitimate thing that people enjoy about her work. Do some fans take it too far? Yes, but like clearly it's not just something that like they did independently of you. You set that part up. But then I saw a lot of people saying that she was specifically coming at Swiftologist for this, because he has a tendency to say, so he wrote this on his Discord, which he needs to stop talking shit on the Discord. Everyone screenshots it, clearly. He hasn't learned. But he said, I knew Travis flop Muse from the second I heard So High School. I said, now this is a problem, and I was right. And then he said, 2 best songs on the album, and is it a coincidence neither of them are about Travis? Now, I have mixed feelings about this, because I'm like, in some ways, I do think he takes it too far. And especially, like, the way that he gets involved in her personal life sometimes with, like, calling Joe Alwyn the turkey. I was like, stop. That's too much. And he does have a habit of, like, explicitly needing to link songs with particular people. But I do kind of get it in a way, because with the songs that are about Travis, it's not that I think that Travis is a bad muse. However, I do think that Taylor is somewhat restricted by the cultural perception around the relationship, where, like, she doesn't want people to like think of her as like having any negative emotions at this point. Like, everyone has decided that this was her fairy tale romance with Travis, and none of the songs that she writes about Travis seem willing to disrupt that at all. So like the songs that she's written about Travis are just kind of empty, like emotionally empty. And I don't think that's a problem with Travis. I think it's a problem with her. I think it's a problem with the fact that she is increasingly PR focused. No matter how much she says she doesn't care how this shit is received, she is definitely thinking about how everything will be received. And I do think that that is impacting her willingness to write like music that conveys complicated emotions. So there is some reason to say that like Travis is a shitty muse, but it doesn't really have much to do with Travis. It has everything to do with her. But here's Swift Isle just defending himself.
The paternity testing thing, sure, I can understand. Maybe she doesn't like that anymore. When I'm trying to do like, who is this song about? I'm not really trying to say that it's good or bad because it's inspired by this or that person. I'm just trying to figure out, with all the context clues that we have in this entire discography, all of this. The paternity testing thing.
Like, he kind of has a point, but again, I do think he takes it too far. These Discord messages to me are like, whatever.
Sure,
but there's plenty of things that he says in his actual reviews where I'm like, that seems way too like in her business. But even I get in her business plenty. But here's the fucking craziest thing she said in the entire thing, and I was really like, oh, she's absolutely lost her mind.
Really excited that, like, I'm a massive Somber fan of his songwriting, and his lyrics are so intensely confessional. I don't, like, want another man's child to have the eyes of the girl I can't forget. Are you kidding me?
Okay, well, first of all, I think that was like a tweet. I don't even know that that was a Somber original. I don't even know that he came up with that. But okay, she's really impressed by that line.
Like, having a male artist say stuff like that is really good for the cause of women to be able to say stuff.
What is she talking about? What does that even mean? First of all, I hate to stick up for men here, but are we really gonna act like Somber is the first male artist to do like confessional singer-songwriter shit? Like, that is fucking bullshit. Even people who are making music right now, like, I think that Harry Styles' album is probably more confessional than Somber's. In fact, I really don't even think... Here's my thing. I kind of think Somber's making a bunch of shit up. Like, I don't really think that Somber is writing about his own life. Maybe he is. Perhaps he is. But I always have kind of had the impression that Somber is just writing, like, breakup songs just because he knows that those are, like, popular. Like, he's writing songs about being in a relationship that is written to be kind of general so that many, many people relate to it. I don't really think that his songwriting is that personal. I really don't. And I remember with that, when I did the stream where I was talking about Somber and then I edited it to put the clips onto the second channel, there was one clip of him, like, saying something about, like, they don't know that the girl who I wrote this song about texted me and wanted to get back together or something. And I complained about that in that stream. And then I saw people in the comments for the video being like, well, I don't see what's wrong with that. Like, why shouldn't he be able to talk about what inspired his songwriting? Songwriters do that all the time. And I was like, well, no, I agree with that part. Like, I think you should be able to, like, especially like in an interview or something, if someone asks you about your songwriting, like, you can say kind of generally what the real life story was that inspired it. The issue I had was the fact that, like, he was doing that, he was, like, giving updates to his fans who are very, very young directly on his, like, social media accounts. I was like, that to me was the weird part of, like, you don't need to be giving your fans updates on what's happening in your life in relation to your songwriting and getting them, when they're, like, 14 years old, you don't need to be getting them that invested in your personal life like that. But even then, here's the thing. I don't think that he was being honest. Maybe he was. I'm not sure. I don't know Somber. But I think that was a marketing thing. I don't think that the songs he's referencing are about a real person. I think that when he keeps saying the things about, like, or when his fan accounts keep being like, wow, who was Bro's ex? I don't think there is an ex. Maybe there is. But I think that it really is just marketing. And so I don't know what she's talking about him being like such a confessional, vulnerable songwriter. That's not the impression that I get from his music, because it doesn't feel that vulnerable to me. It doesn't feel that specific to me. It just, the songwriting is just so general of like, oh, we were together and then we broke up and now I'm sad. It's like, yeah, okay. Not a whole lot of specifics there. And with Taylor's work, there were more specifics. At this point, there kind of aren't. Sometimes there are, but it's mostly for like Easter egg purposes. But like, you know, All Too Well is like, that's so rich with detail that it's like, oh yeah, I know for sure that that is something that this woman has experienced. I don't feel that way with Somber's music. And I don't get this whole thing about like how him being a confessional singer-songwriter, how that's good for women. What are you talking about? So much of Taylor's like feminism has been built around the idea that there are double standards in the music industry where men can get away with shit that she gets criticized for. So like, even if Somber is like now a confessional singer-songwriter, that doesn't necessarily allow women to then be confessional singer-songwriters themselves. There's double standards there that don't go away just because one man exists. And again, it's like, other men have written songs that are more vulnerable than Somber, and women definitely have. Like, what is she talking about? And why do women need a man to like blaze the trail before them? Women are already writing songs. Like you, Taylor, like Olivia, like Gracie, like Sabrina, like everybody. She's lost her fucking mind. She's lost her fucking mind. And then she also did another fucking timer on her website. And that's, again, it's like, if you want to keep releasing music, you want to keep working, I think that's fine. But like, why does it always have to have this level of promo around it? Why do you always have to do timers? In this instance, the timer actually, it was on her website briefly, then it went off, and then nothing happened when the timer was supposed to go off. It does seem like from the background here that she's maybe doing a song for the new Toy Story movie, because that's the Toy Story wallpaper. But so what's gonna happen when they do release this song? Am I gonna get another fucking timer? Just like, stop. Just take a break. Anyway, announced today, FKA Twigs is going to play Josephine Baker in a biopic that will be coming out this fall. That's exciting, I guess. I don't really know much about Josephine Baker, but I'm excited for FKA Twigs to tell me about it. Then we have Adam Lambert, who is coming out with a new album. Love that. Where's he been? And Cara Delevingne apparently is coming out with music. I don't really know what's going on with that, but I don't know. Maybe it'll be good. Tuvalu coming out with a new album in September. I like the vibes for it so far. Estrus, I don't know what that means. Gracie Abrams also coming out with a new album soon. Daughter from Hell. I don't know that I'm gonna love that because I haven't loved Gracie's music so far, but I'll give it a try. I will give it a try. But then, of course, the album I'm very excited about, Petal by Ariana Grande. That will be very exciting. She has given us a full, an official release date, July 31st. And apparently this is her, I think, her first independent release. She's got her own label now called Baby Doll Studios. So she will own all the masters and it will be her project. That's very exciting. Casey Musgraves did come out with her new album, Middle of Nowhere, recently. I haven't listened to all of it yet. I've heard a few songs. You know, country's not really my thing. I appreciate what Casey's doing, but it's just not my vibe in general. She did promote it by going around like an armadillo in a Walmart.
Excuse me. Do you guys have the new Casey Musgraves album? I don't recognize that name. Okay, thank you. Oh, look, here they are. Hey guys.
So that's cute. I don't really know what's up with that, if she has like a thing with armadillos. But good for her. And then apparently her and Miranda Lambert have now, I don't know if they've really squashed the beef or if they've just decided to make a song together, but I guess they have some sort of history. I don't really dip into the country stuff a whole lot, so I don't know what the fuck, I don't know what they're fighting about or what they fought about. And then she said, we've come together after years of really honestly not being friends. I had this idea one day when I saw her on Instagram riding one of her horses, and I thought, well, I guess we have two things in common, horses and divorces. And I was like, wait, that's a song. Then I took it a step further. What if I write it with her? What if it's a duet? Fuck it, I'm gonna reach out. I hadn't spoken to her in years and was like, hey, I have this idea. If anybody would get it, it would be you. We've had our shit over the years, but it would be really funny. And she was like, I'm down. Okay, so yeah, there you go. The girls they've made up from whatever it is they were fighting about. I don't know what this was for. Oh, okay, so this is kind of funny. I'm only gonna play a second of it because of the copyright, but this made me laugh.
Wearing my gold hoops, lining my lips right now in the rear view, baby. Don't 7 a.m. waking up in the morning, gotta be fresh, gotta go downstairs.
Like, it doesn't sound that different.
Don't even play. And you look at me like that in your cowboy hat, talking like a real man. Gotta have my bowl, gotta have cereal, seeing everything the time is going.
I don't know. Maybe Rebecca deserves a writing credit, though I don't know that she wrote Friday. But here's the thing that is that a lot of people are talking about right now. It's not really even necessarily about Casey, but about our old friend Jake Shane, because Casey went onto his podcast recently for her album promo, and he asked her about her favorite song from her catalog. And here's how that conversation went.
Ask you what your favorite song or maybe like a favorite lyric that you've ever written is.
Why are you doing this to me?
I have to.
That's a toxic question.
I know, but I have to. Something you're most proud of.
Oh man, I relate to all of them for so many different reasons. I mean, like, I don't know why Hookup Scene just came to mind. I like really, really love that song so much. I think ultimately maybe Slow Burn. I think it feels the best. I feel like I'm at home in my dead center whenever I'm playing that song, always.
My favorite line from that song obviously is sun's going down, but in Beijing they're headed out to work. What do you mean by that? Me and Manny, who I work with, debate it every single day.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not like a deep coded thing.
I know. So
this one isn't.
So what does that mean to you?
It literally just means what it means. It just means they're going to work. And I'm over here, like the sun's going down in Tennessee, and like over there across the world, people are like, it's a different day and they're like going to work and starting their next day. And like, I'm over here, and it was very like stream of conscious. Like I wasn't putting a lot of thought into, like, it just like kind of came out, you know what I mean? Because I
Yeah.
was just picturing, I was sitting on my porch in Tennessee and picturing these people around the world, like, doing their thing over there, you know? It's like the world just keeps turning, and yeah.
And you're all right with the slow burn.
And I am all right with a slow burn.
And oh God, I love that song. That's how that album. Everything you do is just brilliant.
Thank you.
It does seem, it's possible that he is asking, like, what does that lyric mean in context of the song to you? Because he does say, what does it mean to you? However, I do think it seems as though Jake maybe doesn't quite understand time zones, and he didn't think of, like, when you're doing something here, that, like, on the other side of the world, it's like it's the daytime. When it's night for you, it's daytime for them. I think that's maybe the problem. He didn't realize that, and I'm not quite sure if he does even still. As this tweet says, my favorite thing about this is he absolutely still does not understand the lyric or time zones in general by the end of this. Yeah, I don't think Casey really explained it in a way that helped him understand. And, like, is it a kind of a dumb moment from him? Yeah, it's sort of dumb, but it's dumb in a charming way. Like, it's just sort of like he had a little moment. It is funny, though. He says that him and his, whoever it is, that they debate it every day. Every day you debate that? It's a little silly. It's just, you know, but it's like sometimes you're dumb. Sometimes you think things that are dumb, and that's fine. We all do it. We all have our little moments. But people are really coming for Jake. And this is the thing, again, is like, was this a little silly clip that it's fair to make fun of? Yeah. You have a little giggle and be like, oh my God, Jake Shane doesn't know about time zones. That's very funny. People were so fucking crazy and mean about it right away. It escalated so fucking fast. Where someone is saying, how does this man have a job? He is interviewing these people without an ounce of media literacy. It's like, well, I don't think it was a problem with media literacy. I think it was just a problem of, like, him not thinking about time zones. It's not the same thing as media literacy. But, like, how does he have a job? Because people enjoy watching his podcast. He's an enjoyable person. He's charming. Like, what? People are coming for this man. For no reason. And of course, Variety had to get involved after their whole thing about him on the red carpet. They had to go right back to it. Jake Shane slammed online for asking Casey Musgraves to explain time zone lyric. Literally just means what it means. And they, of course, put in here too. This isn't the first time Shane has found himself at the center of a debate about influencers' role in entertainment journalism. In March, Shane was one of 3 influencers asked to cover Vanity Fair's Oscar party red carpet. His appearance sparked discourse online after he asked Julia Fox and Damson Idris if they thought the sick child from If I Had Legs I'd Kick You was so annoying. Like, we're still doing this? Leave Jake Shane alone. He didn't do anything. He's just a kind of dumb little guy sometimes, and that's fine. So are all of us. My God. Anyway, moving on to a main event. Charli XCX's Rock Music came out, the song called Rock Music. This is a video of them, like, making it. Play a little bit of it.
It could be cool if we had a song that was called Rock Music.
Yeah.
And the other phrase is like, me and my friends.
Lovely way to pre-run job.
Laying out the brief of, like, plastic
Right.
in this song.
Okay, right.
If that makes sense.
So she said, a video of me making a song called Rock Music that is not actually rock music, which is funny because I never said I was making a rock album, which is the thing from that interview before. People took the lyrics of The Dance Floor is Dead, now we're making rock music. People took that to mean that, like, she was making a rock album, which apparently she's not. Though I would love it. I would love it if she made a rock album, but it's not. It's just a song called Rock Music on an album that is yet to be titled. But it came out this last week, and I fucking love it. Not just the song, but the video, too. It's so goddamn good. It's just, here, let me play a little bit. So good. I am obsessed with it. It is very short. It's like 2 minutes long. But I love that little rock music. It does make me think of this. Like, this is the exact move that you should be doing to that part of the song. Tumblr loved it. They did a little, like, fan video for it. Also, from Tumblr, this is unfortunate, but it appears that Sky Ferreira has unfollowed Charli on Instagram, and Tumblr says we just fell to our knees. Don't know what's going on there. I mean, I know there was the thing that Sky was saying about Charli, like, using... I don't even remember what it was at this point. Some demo or something from Sky, but it does seem like Sky is maybe just kind of crashing out at the moment, so that sucks. And there's a moment in the video where Charli pushes a Samsung TV out the window, and this person says, Charli throwing away a Samsung TV, referencing her past sponsorship and the collapse of brat-era consumerism. Maybe. It's possible. It's also possible, because apparently Dua Lipa is suing Samsung. Maybe she was doing it in solidarity with Dua. Yeah, Dua has filed a $15 million lawsuit against Samsung for allegedly using her likeness without permission to sell TVs. There's Dua right there. So maybe that was just Charli showing solidarity. But I think that really she just... I don't know. It was a cool thing to do. But some people are really, really not liking the song. And especially one of the big criticisms that, like, hard not to notice, appears to be coming from men, primarily, is that it's not actually rock music. It's like, well, yeah, that was kind of the point. That was the joke. Don't know why they don't understand. It's really like men have just never considered the idea of a woman kidding before. And so I do have a clip from a man talking about this, and it's not the man that I normally complain about, that I complained about a few weeks ago. It's a different man, and this man I think is better. I don't watch his videos that often, but I've seen a few of them, and I think he's like a mostly reasonable person, but I was like, this is just kind of like, even you don't know when something is like satirical. Here's Professor Sky.
But again, the dance floor is dead, so we're making rock music, but you're just not. Whatever. But then the chorus, I'm really banging my head, I'm really hurting my neck. And in the video, she's not banging her head. And the thing is that so much of this is just like people who don't understand rock and roll music in any kind of real way, just thinking like, oh, what makes rock music? Banging your head. No, like head banging is like a very specific subset of a subset of rock and roll. It's a subset of heavy metal music to which one bang.
That's the joke, though. She says, I'm really banging my head. It's really hurting my neck. Like, the whole thing, the song is basically... What I think it is, especially in the context of Brat, is like... because there's an expectation for Charli to, like, reinvent herself, she is making a joke of, like, yeah, I did stuff with dance music before, but now the dance floor is dead. Now I'm making rock. Like, she's making a joke of, like, her being the arbiter of cool. And she's like, it's dead. We're done with that. Now we're doing rock music, but it's not even really rock music. As she said in her own tweet of, like, the song is called rock music, but it's not rock music. It's somewhat of a parody of rock music. It's like what someone who only listens to pop music might think of as rock music, because there are guitars, because she is referencing banging her head, but like her saying, I'm really banging my head, like clearly that's sarcastic. Clearly that's like a tongue-in-cheek thing of like, yeah, this is what rockers do. I'm really banging my head. How is it so possible that, like, they just don't get it at all? So many men just, they hear women say things and they're like, but that thing that woman is saying is wrong. She must be stupid. No, it's a fucking joke. But then he also continues on. So a lot of the discourse around this album has centered around the amount of cigarettes in it. There were 50,000 cigarette butts used in the making of the video. She has like big piles of cigarettes, which again, from how I'm reading this, I am taking as like a satirical thing of like, oh, this is what rock stars do. They smoke. So I'm going to put all these big piles of cigarettes, and this is how I pretend that I'm a rock star. It's tongue-in-cheek. It's sarcastic. It's funny. But some people are very, very offended by it, including, it seems, Professor Sky.
Bangs your head, all right? You don't go to a Rolling Stone show and okay, I mean, rock music is not sacred. Rock rails for me. Now, beyond the most objectionable part, it's a fashion show version of rock. It's like in Zoolander. It's like a Zoolander rock video.
Yeah, that's the point, though. That's why it's like if she was actually trying to make a rock song, do you think she would have really called it rock music? That her putting the name, her putting the name of the genre in the name of the song is like calling attention to the fact that it's bullshit.
It's like derelict, you know, we're gonna be mosh pitting and breaking up hotels and everything. The whole thing just feels way just not rock. It's the trappings, but not the reality. But my main issue is that she's a corporate shill. And I don't have any evidence of this, but I'm positive, okay? Now, it is a known phenomena that the album Brat successfully moved a lot of cocaine. So the cocaine usage among young women went up after the album Brat came out.
Did it? I have yet to see any sort of statistics saying that happened. I mean, how would you even get that data? Maybe like the amount of like cocaine references and stuff went up with young women or something. Like I would buy that women are talking about cocaine more often, which maybe will have an effect of cocaine usage going up, possibly. But like, you're really gonna convince me that like, because Charli talked about cocaine in the last album, that a whole bunch of young women suddenly had a plug? Where would all these young women even be getting drugs in the first place? It's not like all these like innocent suburban women or something heard about cocaine for the first time and suddenly they knew where to get it. I don't think that like it's kind of hard to get cocaine, right? Not like super hard if you know the right people, but if you know the right people, if you already knew those people, I don't think you needed the Brat album to convince you.
All right, we sort of knew it was going to happen, but that kind of made sense. But it's not like Charli XCX was the plug. It's not like the Medellin cartel was paying her. I am telling you, we will find out in the future that Charli XCX is a paid brand ambassador. I don't know if it's by Altadis. I don't know if it's by whoever owns RJ Reynolds now. I don't know who it is. But there is just no way. There's just no way. There's no way this is just free advertising for cigarettes. This feels very intentional, and it feels like stuff we've known before. And don't get this twisted. I'm not saying that she is going to ever come out and actually advertise. This is how these things are done. Now, first of all, you need to know, I have a long history of being obsessed with this stuff. In high school, I boycotted Nabisco and Kraft Foods, because at that point they were both owned by tobacco companies. That's how serious I was. So basically I didn't eat anything that was made by Nabisco or Kraft, which is most of the food in the supermarket. Then I smoked cigarettes for a few years in a kind of self-defiance and trying to figure out who I was. And so, you know, I've been on both.
That's an interesting admission, for one thing, as a self-defiance, trying to figure out who you are.
Sides of this kind of thing. This book right here, Tobacco, is a really great book about the history of tobacco, especially the history of tobacco in America, kind of how it all went. And the reason that's so depressing to me is that we were almost out, like as a civilization, before vaping. People just didn't smoke. The taxes, the prices, it really went up. It was really hard. It was really out of the zeitgeist. It was going out. The nationwide addiction to nicotine was going out. Then vaping came in and it just fooled everybody.
And I agree with that part. Like the vaping really did fuck shit up, because I wouldn't say we were going to be done with it, but it was fading out of popularity. And then the vaping thing happened. But I also think that, like, here's the thing. I'm going to keep going because I'm going to let him talk more before I say what I have to say, but
everybody thought it was safe, and they said it was safe, and of course it's not. And then they've got people hooked on nicotine at ridiculously high levels. But the number one problem that vaping had is they hadn't had all that free advertising for 60, 100 years. They never had 100 years of advertising. They never had it. So no one ever looked cool, or no one ever aspired to vape. So, like, the cigarette is the advertisement both for vaping and for smoking. And this video, it's one thing. I know she's been popularizing cigarettes for a long time. I suspect she's been on the payroll for a long time.
She's been a smoker the whole time, though. It's like, there are times where most of the time that I've seen Charli with a cigarette is like in her own personal life, just being a person who smokes cigarettes. I don't think it's been that thoroughly integrated into her work, other than like just her work representing her life as a person who smokes cigarettes. But like in this new video, yes, there's a lot of cigarettes there, but it's a comical amount, which is, I think, kind of the point. It's not being like, look at how cool these cigarettes are. It's, again, like a thing of her making a parody of what like a cool tough girl does, which I think is very relevant.
I told you, this is not new stuff, okay? We go back, this is in this book, okay? I found a scan of it so that you can read it. This is from 1983, okay? This is a letter to Sylvester Stallone, the American actor. As discussed, I guarantee that I will use Brown & Williamson tobacco products in no less than 5 feature films. It is my understanding that Brown & Williamson will pay a fee of $500,000. So he never had to do a commercial. He never had to go out there and say, "Hey, Lucky Strikes really packs a punch." He didn't ever have to say that. All he had to do was smoke Lucky Strikes in those 5 movies in the middle of the 1980s, and that helped to ensure that my generation would be hooked on cigarettes. That's how it works. That's how these kind of paid ambassadorships go. So I don't know. And it's worth mentioning. The first movie he made after that contract was called Cobra, and in that movie, he literally punched people for smoking cigarettes. He made a big deal out of having a toothpick in his mouth, no, a matchstick in his mouth, because smoking was bad. Crime was the sickness. He was the cure. But, you know, anyways. So just if you look at this video, it opens up with her smoking a cigarette out of a hotel window, really associating, basically making it clear to the people watching that if you want to participate in this moment, you have to smoke. That's what this is communicating to me. That, like, you can't really feel it if you're not smoking. That's how this feels to me with this opening video. And I get it, that to Brat, to a certain extent, it was that way a little bit with cigarettes, a little bit with drinking, a fair amount with Coke, but you can't just go down to the local tobacco store and buy a bag of Coke. And, she pushes off the TV and it's tied in. And in here, this is the imitation, like cigarettes equal rock, cigarettes equal rock. This whole commercial is like Don Draper tried to figure out how to get young kids to want to smoke. 50 seconds in, she's sitting there, she's smoking. There's an entire pyramid of cigarette butts, implying like how much that the excess, the amount that she's feeling life and that she's alive is time.
No, the cigarettes aren't, you're not supposed to look at the big pile of cigarettes and be like, wow, that's what's necessary for an exciting life. It's a joke. It's a joke about how she's smoking these cigarettes to look cool and how that's the cool thing to do, but cool in quotes, because it's a satirical song about making yourself look tough. It's not, like, what?
Right into this combustion of tobacco and the poison into her lungs. That's what it is. And there's a scene of her smoking 10 cigarettes at a time. There's a scene of her in a bed of cigarettes. It is like legitimately a video about smoking. It is not a video about rock music. It's about smoking.
It's a video about being a poser. It's a video about, like, deciding arbitrarily what's cool, even when you don't fully understand it and you're just taking on the aesthetics. Which is why there's so many cigarettes, because cigarettes are kind of big in rock music.
And it just bugs me, okay? I go to visit my kids on the college campuses and I see so many people smoking. And we were out. We were so close.
We were
to
never
being
out. That's the thing, though, is like I knew kids, even before vaping became like a big thing, I knew kids in high school who were smoking, who weren't even legally allowed to do that. But that was the thing. That was why they were doing it, is because it was bad, because it was dangerous. And that's the thing, that if we're going to do this whole thing about, like, the kids are smoking again now, I really think the reason kids are smoking currently is because it's the cool thing to do. And the reason that it's the cool thing to do is not because of Charli XCX or any specific celebrities that are doing it. Though, of course, they do. They look cool doing it. I can't deny that. People who smoke cigarettes, you look cool with one in your hand. Or some people do. Some people look nasty. But yeah, it is like a cool aesthetic. I'm not even gonna lie. It looks cool. But the reason a lot of people think it's cool, it doesn't even really have anything to do with that. It's because of the fact that it's something that a whole bunch of people like this hand-wring over it. And they make it this whole big thing. Like, I remember growing up, there was just such an insane push against smoking. And some of it, of course, made sense. Of like, yeah, it is so bad for you. You shouldn't do it. It smells disgusting. It also, like, it's not just bad for you, it's bad for the people around you, because secondhand smoke is a thing. Some of the effects of secondhand smoke were exaggerated, but it is still a thing that people have a right to be concerned about. So we needed to get rid of smoking in public places, especially like restaurants and shit. Made total sense. But then people got so fucking weird about it and were so just like, oh my god, if you smoke a cigarette, you're impure. You're a bad person. You're gross. And so then, of course, that made a whole bunch of people be like, oh, okay, if the people who are, like, super puritanical about shit, if the people who are, like, huge sticks in the mud, who have to police the decision-making of other adults, if they're against cigarettes, I'm for it. So many people smoke cigarettes just because of this response of, like, you can't smoke a cigarette without people freaking the fuck out and getting really weird hand-wringing about it. So, like, it's like, you're not really helping, dude. You are kind of making the cigarettes cool. The more that people get so precious about Charli or any other, especially female celebrity smoking a cigarette, especially I think for young women, the more a lot of other young women are like, I'm not that young, but the more we're like, I'm gonna go get a fucking cigarette. Because I'm so sick of having to act so fucking precious about my body because of the standards that particularly, like, white men put onto women of, like, we have to be perfect and perfectly polished and smell nice and take care of ourselves, treat our bodies like temples all the fucking time. Like, sometimes I want to eat junk food and smoke a fucking cigarette, and I've never smoked a cigarette. But the more people get so offended by it, the more I fucking want one. But this has become like a big part of this discourse around the song.
Look, I know I shouldn't be doing this. Cigarettes are terrible for you. But I don't know if you noticed, but the world is a bit stressful right now. And also it seems like smoking is sort of cool again, at least in pop culture. 8 out of 10 movies nominated for a Best Picture last year featured people smoking. And a lot of younger celebs have been puffing in public recently. We talked about this with Marnie Rose McFall, who covers culture at Newsweek.
Specifically in pop culture, we're seeing it with all the pop girlies, whether it's Kylie Jenner on the cover of Vanity Fair.
What a coincidence. We're mostly concerned about women doing it in particular. I find it very hard to believe that men are not lighting up in photo shoots on occasion. We're noticing it more when it's women.
Whether it's Sabrina Carpenter for Interview Mag or Chappell Roan having a cig in the wig when she does her performance. And it's really interesting because mostly Gen Zers seem interested in the way that smoking looks as opposed to actually smoking. Style Analytics found that there had been a 70% increase in searches for the term smoking pose. So Gen Zers, in the way that they often are interested in things, it's this kind of parasocial relationship with smoking cigarettes.
And look, the CDC says smoking harms nearly every organ in the body and causes nearly 500,000 deaths in the US each year. And for now,
it does feel like in 2026, shouldn't we have just found a way to make it not bad for you? Like, how? There's certain things where I'm like, can't we just figure that out?
Organ in the body and causes nearly 500,000 deaths in the US each year. And for now, the actual data says smoking rates are not going up. But what do you think? Are you seeing more people take up the habit?
That's the thing, is that people keep getting so upset about the amount of women who are smoking in public now and trying to like moralize it and be like, they're going to influence all these young women to smoke more. And yet the smoking rates aren't going up. Kind of just seems like you're launching a moral panic for no reason. And the more that you launch that moral panic, the more people kind of want to do it because they know it's going to piss people off. That's part of it. It's part of like being a rebellious person at that point. Like, if people are offended by it, then you should do it. Is the mentality. I'm not saying that you should do it, but that's why a lot of people do. And then she also did release a B-side to rock music called I Keep Thinking About You every single day. It's only on vinyl for right now. I'm assuming it will go on to streaming at some point, but it's good. It's definitely a different vibe. I'll play a little bit of it. So, she can't stop herself. She's kind of just still that girl. Because I was thinking too about like, we're in May now. We're almost halfway through the year. At this point, who would be our contender for the Pop Girlie of the Year? I'm not sure. No one jumps out to me as like the most obvious pick, but like, I think Charli could very well, depending on how this album rollout goes, it could be Charli again. I mean, she did Wuthering Heights. She did some other movies. She's coming back with her own music now, so she's definitely, I think for sure she's gonna be a nominee. And then who else? I don't feel like there's been any like big moments that's pushed anyone over the edge. But then Harry Styles has released his video for Dance No More. I really liked it. I thought it was cute. Of course, people are being over dramatic about it. He doesn't have the sex appeal to be doing this. This is a huge take that I heard, and I disagree. Harry Styles has quite a lot of sex appeal to me, and maybe that's just me, but I don't think it is. But I've also seen a lot of Troye Sivan comparisons, which I find very interesting. because I don't feel like that many people were paying attention to Troye Sivan when he released his last album, but apparently now he's like the anytime that a male artist does anytime they dance, anytime that they don't just fucking stand in a room and sing their songs, they're now getting compared to Troye Sivan, which good for him. I did like that album, but it does feel it feels a little reductive of like, have we never seen a man dance before? They're all copying Troye Sivan? I don't know about that. But I liked the song. Yeah, he wants his Troye Sivan moment bad. And I'm like, are these that similar? I don't really think so. I don't know. Wait, Slater dub? Maybe Slater. But the thing is that Slater's still so... She's still kind of niche. Like, I think that she's on her way out of the asylum, but I don't know that she's made it all the way out. And I feel like for the #1 pop girl of the year, you can't be... There's no gray area if you're in the asylum or not. But she's definitely made a lot of progress. And then we also had a Pink Pantheress music video, which was incredible. I think at the current moment, Pink Pantheress is kind of my bet, because she for sure has made it out of the asylum. She is so consistent in her releases. And she's also she's beloved. Everyone loves her. But this is a very cool music video for Girl Like Me. I love the fact that she's still releasing videos for this album. Some girls give up on those singles campaigns real early. And the sound design is really cool. Here, I'll play that. So that's cute. And then the person who did a lot of the like visual effects has been posting like explainers of how they did it. That's like going down the elevator. They have a lot on their Twitter of how they made different things related to the video. And people were worried the video was gonna feature AI. Not in the slightest. Anyway, she also did an interview with Slater during Coachella where they talked about Addison Rae that I thought was cute, and I added a little bit of it to my soundboard, so let me play it.
Actually in the crowd.
Oh yeah.
Because I was only in the I could only hear her last time.
Same. I was watching kind of from like back, but it sounded really great.
It did sound good.
And I watched like the videos online. She's like, she is everything. I loved.
Everything and more.
Yeah.
Gonna try and see Addison actually.
So I did add, let me find it.
Everything and more.
Because I just like the way she says it. She has such a way with her intonations.
Everything and more.
And then I also did add this too. So Pink really could kind of be it. Now, Zara Larsson, maybe it's Zara. I mean, she has made a lot of progress this year. So she released her new remix album for Midnight Sun called Girls Trip. I enjoyed it. I think I maybe even enjoyed it more than I enjoyed the original album. She's also talking about wanting to do a joint album with Tyla, which I think could be kind of fun. I would just love it. I don't necessarily need a Zara Tyla collab, like a full album, but I would love it if any of the girls did a joint album. I think that would be real fun. And I would love to, like, Gaga and Doechii, if they continued their collabs together and did a whole project. I think that would be really cool. She did the Today Show too, which I appreciate the girls doing the morning shows for sure. But this was the sound check, and it's a sound check, let's say. Let's not clown on her too much. It was a sound check, and also it was for the Today Show, so it was like very early in the morning.
All the time. Get a little rest, God. Like this. Hold me like the angels in the sand. Summer ain't over yet. We had to tell no one. You never
Look, it was early. It was really early. But then she broke her heel during the fucking performance, which... what a nightmare.
We gotta dance extra hard because I lost my heel. What? I live my day as if it was the last.
She did not win that morning. But she did kind of win, because she got this endorsement from Mick Jagger.
Are taking notice of you, including someone I interviewed 2 days ago, a guy named Mick Jagger. Maybe you've heard of him. I asked him which contemporary artists he's into these days. Take a look.
No way.
And my son said to me, oh, Zara Larson's having a big comeback. And I said, well, she never went away from me. I said, I liked her since Ruin My Life, you know, so. And they said, why not? And I was like, just what I like. And that's, when I'm in that mood, that's what I like. Right.
Wow,
Mick
look at
Jagger
that.
is a fan. How about
That's
that?
amazing. I can't believe it. I can't believe we're all, I don't know, it's so beautiful. It really is, to see how everyone's like coming on this journey.
People around the world.
So, she's come a long fucking way. Oh, sad news as well. Megan has left the Moulin Rouge show after her breakup with that man. Fucking men. Real sad. Cardi did come to her final show, which is cute, but it really sucks because some people I know still had like tickets for upcoming shows thinking that Megan was still gonna be there. Oh. God, fuck that man. Jade also did a Tiny Desk concert that got released earlier today. Very good. And it's good to see her too, because I was hoping that she would do more promo in the States this year. But I really haven't seen much from her. She even toured in February. She came to the States for the tour, and I haven't seen a whole lot of promo. But I'm glad that this happened. Also, okay, so there's this girl named Trim who I have never heard of before, but I guess she performed at Rolling Loud, and it was all over my timeline like yesterday and today. People are like, they're really making fun of this girl. She's like 19 years old because I don't know, I guess it was just sort of an unpolished performance, but I think she did fine.
It's sparking up like a motor. Coconut water, and make sure that's cookie. While you set up here like a, I'm like, it's sparking up like a motor.
I don't think that like this clip specifically is going around, and I'm like, I don't think that that's that weird. Again, people are just being nasty. They want to be mean. But she's 19 years old. This is, as she says, one of her first big shows, and she admits she has a long way to go.
Better, you know. I'm gonna get better, but listen, this is my first big show ever. So, y'all, we got a long way to go. I'm 19, I'm finna be 20, so we finna keep this going. Oh, okay. Okay.
I ain't gonna lie, Trump.
8, 4, 3. 8, 4, 3.
What's up?
8, 4. Let's go.
Are you putting on?
Let's go.
I think she seems fine. She's hyping up the crowd. Yeah, she seems maybe a little inexperienced, but for being fairly inexperienced, I think she did okay. I went to her YouTube channel though, and I was like, oh fuck, that looks like a Barbie thing, and especially with the pink hair and everything. I think she maybe needs to be careful not to rile up anybody, a specific person who is territorial. Good luck, Trim. Be careful. Maybe Trim will be our honorary pop girlie. Who's to say? And then Shakira did a performance at the Copacabana Beach that was attended by over 2 million people, which is very impressive. Some people, you know, did 2.5 million, but it's not a competition. I did just think, you know, that we should, you know, acknowledge that it wasn't the biggest show at Copacabana. But good job, Shakira. And then we have another show, too, with No Doubt at the Sphere, which I've seen a lot of different clips from it, and some of the clips look okay. Some of them, not as much. But I have to say, like, it is really sad to me the amount, because I used to love No Doubt, and I loved Gwen Stefani, and obviously stuff with her in terms of the politics. Not my favorite, her doing those ads for, like, that prayer app. Didn't love that. Don't love some other stuff surrounding her. But I really did love her for a very long time and was obsessed with No Doubt as, like, a live act. I used to watch a lot of their old, like, the Live from the Tragic Kingdom DVD thing, the Rocksteady tour, the Hella Good. That's Rocksteady, but, like, a lot of their tours from around that time I would just watch footage from, and this is just kind of sad to me. I don't think the Sphere thing is as bad as some people are making it out to be, because I have seen some clips that actually look kind of good. But what I find really, first of all, this part here, they have this footage up on the Sphere, but then they're down here, and I get that sometimes you don't just, like, broadcast the footage of people performing. That I understand. I've seen other footage from Sphere performances. I get what's happening here. But I don't really understand why you would do a video clip of you performing that's not actual video footage of you performing. Like, that to me doesn't really match. That just seems sort of, I don't know, it's just odd. Do something else if you're not going to put footage of yourself performing up there. But then the thing that makes me the most sad, even beyond all the politics of it all, is the fact that she and the band, it seems, are just not growing artistically. Like, they are so stuck as, like, a nostalgia act, where they are just doing, like, dressing up as they did as teenagers, instead of, like, being a band that actually evolves with the times. And that was something that was really sad to me, too, with Gwen's solo career as well. The last couple songs she did. What was that one that was, like... Let me just go to the Gwen Stefani YouTube page. This one! Started to use this right then. Let me reintroduce myself. Oh, and I hated this, like, mask thing, too. But it's just... The song is terrible. But then also, it's all just references to her old videos. Like, there's the... She looks incredible. I mean, she looks like she hasn't aged a fucking day. But don't you have something new to say? Don't you want to do something else other than just recreating your old shit? It's so sad. And the song is not good. This is from 5 years ago, though. But it's like, but that's all she's been doing since then. Sad. Very sad. Now Slater has some new dates for her tour. Very cool, very exciting. She also had a good response to PETA calling her out for the fur. They were saying that, like, I don't even know what it is. It's time to start respecting animals and seeing them for who they are at Slater. Like, okay, fuck off. She said, all fur I own is vintage and antique, by the way. Would never, ever buy anything new or anything that contributes to the fur trade industry. No, vintage does not normalize fur. It normalizes sustainability, which is better for the environment. Y'all are fucking nuts. No shade. She killed that. She was exactly correct. A+, no notes. No notes later. We also, Hayley Williams added some new dates to her tour. Olivia Rodrigo's tour is sold out. Unsurprisingly, there's more discourse about her baby doll dresses, which I don't even, who cares? But someone who is not on tour, as we maybe thought would happen, the Pussycat Dolls have canceled their North American tour in its entirety, except for one festival date. Yeah, it seemed like that was the direction it was going in. And then Post Malone also canceled a whole bunch of dates too. So this was from a little bit ago. The Post Malone Jelly Roll concert is just over a month away in Birmingham, and there are a ton of tickets still unsold. They have canceled the first, not the entire thing, but the first 3 weeks of the show. And I love, they never ever say it was for low ticket sales. They says, I don't have time. I promise y'all beautiful people new music, and I don't have time to finish it before tour starts. We ain't ready for the tour just yet, so I'm making the decision to put the tour back about 3 weeks to get this music done. Okay, it's because of your time management, not because of the low ticket sales. I don't know that that's better. Someone who's also not on tour, apparently, at this point, M.I.A. So I have been an M.I.A. fan for, I wouldn't say I have been, because I haven't listened to her a whole lot recently because of her weird turn, but I was a very big M.I.A. fan for a very long time and haven't paid much attention to her since then because it makes me sad. I haven't listened to the new album at all. I am worried that I'm going to like it, and I don't need that because I know it's like a weird kind of Christian album or something. I don't know. I don't need to know. But she was apparently on tour with Kid Cudi, and this is where I'm like, I don't know why Kid Cudi would take her on tour in the first place, given everything that she's said and done in the last few years. But also, he decided to do it, and I'm gonna be completely honest, I don't really understand why she was taken off now. He says, M.I.A. is no longer on this tour. I told my management to send a notice to her team before we started tour that I didn't want anything offensive at my shows because I already knew what time it was, and I was assured things were understood. After the last couple shows, I've been flooded with messages from fans that were upset by her rants. This to me is very disappointing, and I won't have someone on my tour making offensive remarks that upsets my fan base. Thank you for understanding. I don't know what rants people are talking about because I've only seen a few videos, and in the videos, I do think they're kind of taking her out of context. So, like, this one says, M.I.A. has been removed from Kid Cudi's tour after going on strange Republican rants and calling people in the audience illegal, which is just not really even what's happening here. Well, let me just play it.
Illegal. There's some of you could be in the audience.
Like, okay, that sounds bad of like, she stops her song illegal and she says we can't do illegal because some of you might be in the audience. Like, she's saying that people in the audience might be illegal. But as it goes, she also, I don't know if this is the clipper. She says that she's illegal.
Alright, I'm illegal. Half of my team are not here because they didn't get the visa. Okay? I want you to know that. Alright? So don't listen to what the bots say on the internet. this. You always. We should be above politics.
So I'm like, I don't even think she's saying something specifically about like she's identifying with other immigrants, which it does come across really weird. I don't know what she's saying, to be honest with you. Like, I don't know what the point of her little rant is, but it's not like a full rant. Like, when people were talking about her going on a rant about illegals, I thought it was going to be like a full rant. And I'm like, I just don't even know what's happening there. I don't know what she's saying. She identifies herself as an illegal. She doesn't really say anything bad, but it's like, I don't understand. If you were comfortable with having M.I.A. on your tour in the first place, I don't know how any of that was anything worse than what she's already known to have said. But she was getting booed too. I did feel kind of bad. I feel like it's mostly just like, I don't know if she said anything that was actually that crazy on stage, but it's maybe just the reputation that she has because of everything else, which, like, it's like, what do you want her to do at that point? I guess Kid really just should not have taken her on tour with him. He shouldn't have, but here's them booing her. It makes me sad. I don't support all the stuff she's doing right now, but I'm like, I don't know that she deserved to get booed like that. I don't think she did anything this time, other than just be kind of weird. But here was her response, all in caps. I wrote Illegal on the M.I.A. LP, a song from 2010. I started this intro to the song with a statement saying, I'm illegal, and I said my team hasn't gotten visas yet, then played a song that had lyrics saying fuck the law, which I still believe if the law is unjust, fuck it. Do not gaslight my words. That is the work of Satan. It's like, okay, well, that line's alarming. I wrote Borders and Illegal and Paper Planes before you thought immigrant rights were cool. I've had these battles by myself without the help of millions of fans backing me. I don't need this virtue signal era to all of a sudden erase an entire life I've led. Jesus was an immigrant and a rebel. I have no apology for the judgmental, the wicked, and the ignorant. For those are spirits that we must overcome in our lives and in this world. Jesus returns to lead the world justly because there is injustice in this world. I'm proud of those who fight for it every day. God bless you. Go listen to M.I.A. 7. So yeah, I do still think she's in some amount of like religious psychosis. But I was shocked when people were saying that she was making comments about illegals, because just as much as she has definitely fallen apart in the last few years, I have never seen her be anti-Palestine or anti-immigration. Those are like the two things that have stayed true. She has support for the Palestinian people and she supports immigration. So I was shocked that people were saying that she had made anti-immigration comments. And looking at the footage, I don't really even think she did. So I do think she's kind of right here, that people are being a little unfair to her. But I also think that ultimately Kid Cudi should not have taken her on that tour in the first place. It was a recipe for disaster, and I don't know what he was thinking. I miss you, M.I.A. And I always will. Moving on to someone who had a very successful tour and is now promoting a film about it, a 3D film, which I haven't seen yet, and I really want to, but I don't know when I'm going to. I'm so fucking busy. I don't know when I'm going to get to see this movie in 3D, and I really want to see it in 3D. So, Billie's new 3D concert film has come out. I'm sure it's incredible. I'm sure it's amazing. There's some, like, Viewmaster 3D thing that people are upset about because of her, like, anti-consumerism stances, that she's making things to be consumed, but I'm like, but this looks cool. I would buy one of these.
Boxing my Viewmaster. She is, all sides. When I come back around, what to say. Said you won't forget my name. Not today.
Gonna get claimed. But I think that's cool. I like that. Now, unfortunately, Billie has ignited discourse, and it's been some of the most exhausting discourse that I've participated in on the internet in a while. So here's what she said in Elle a few weeks ago, which I was gonna actually, for a minute, I was like, maybe I can just ignore this one because we were on the break, we had the members stream. So I was like, maybe I don't even need to acknowledge this. But then she doubled down after that. So I was like, fuck. Here's the original Elle moment.
What's one hill you die on? Y'all not gonna like me for this one. Eating meat is inherently wrong. And then the other thing is, two things cannot coincide. I love animals. I love all animals so much, and I eat meat. You can't do both. Sorry. You can eat meat, go for it. You can love animals, but you can't do both. What's one hill you die on?
I really don't love that take. Here's the thing. I agree with her about veganism being, like, morally correct, that eating meat is inherently wrong. Sure. People also make decisions that contradict their morality at some times. And here's the big issue that I have with this, and it's been something that I've been thinking about a lot recently, especially after that, the whole thing with Katherine Heigl at Mar-a-Lago for that dog rescue thing. I looked more into that, and I've looked more into, like, what the Trump administration is doing in terms of their animal welfare commitments, which are ridiculous. I mean, they are simultaneously doing so much stuff that is anti-animal. Like, Trump is currently suing Michigan and California for cage-free egg laws. He is also, RFK Jr. really is pushing meat and dairy to a tremendous extent in the new U.S. dietary guidelines. So very anti-vegan, very anti-animal in some ways. At the same time, they are doing a lot of stuff related to, like, dogs and things related to animal welfare in that way, because it's very popular with the American public. I mean, you think about Trump with the Haitians eating dogs thing during the debates. You think about, which was not true, by the way. You think about the way that J.D. Vance even and other members of, well, I don't know about members of the administration, but just, like, conservatives in general jumped on the whole thing with Hassan Piker and the Collargate shit. They're making, like, dog welfare specifically a huge part of their platform. And that Mar-a-Lago event is a part of that. And I was looking more into that, and specifically the rescue organization that put the event on. And I do think, and it's hard to say at this point because Pam Bondi was really the one, she was the one, like, kind of leading this project. I think that there are other people who are still involved, or who were involved in it, like RFK Jr., even though clearly RFK Jr. doesn't give a fuck about animal welfare. He, like, kills animals all the time. He put that bear in Central Park so bizarrely, but whatever. He's a part of this animal welfare initiative that the Trump administration had going under Pam Bondi's leadership, and it's hard to say at this point because Pam Bondi is now gone. She had her fucking photo thrown in the trash, so she's gone. So I don't know where this stands now, but I do imagine that they're still probably going to go forward with it. What I think will be happening in the next few years, or even sooner than that, if they go forward with this, which maybe they won't because Pam's gone, but what I think will start happening is the Trump administration and various, like, media organizations, especially conservative media, will really start ramping up a lot of fear-mongering and a moral panic around dogfighting, which, if you were here for the Katherine Heigl discussion, that is something that her organization in particular wants to raise awareness on. Even though dogfighting is relatively rare, and historically increasing awareness of it has increased the practice. So not really good. And it also, like, really, really does, it impacts pit bulls specifically. Like, people associate pit bulls with dogfighting, and the more that people associate pit bulls with dogfighting, which a lot of dogfighting awareness will convince you to do, the more those dogs have a hard time getting adopted, the more breed-specific legislation is at risk of getting passed. Like, it's bad. It's bad for dogs, and it's dressed up in this, like, thing where we're helping dogs by getting them out of these houses that are running dog fighting rings, which a lot of them even aren't, but even the ones that are, it's like, it's just so not common, but people want to convince you that it's common because it's an easy way to demonize specifically Black and brown dog owners. So what I think is going to start happening is I think they're going to ramp up fear-mongering and a moral panic around dog fighting, and then Trump is going to use that to spend special task forces into urban neighborhoods. And then the dogs that get rescued from those urban neighborhoods are going to end up specifically at Big Dog Ranch Rescue in Florida. I think that's what's going to happen. And I think that, like, it's already, this stuff, the ways that Big Dog Ranch appears to be in league with the Trump administration is incredibly alarming. As the biggest no-kill shelter in the country that is run by an unambiguously MAGA woman. And it's happening now. So there was this protest outside of this Wisconsin facility that it was like a breeding facility and a research facility that had all of these, like, beagles at their properties. I'm not going to get into the details of it. It was pretty bad. But so there was these protests that were happening outside of this research facility in Wisconsin, which another part of this animal welfare thing that the Trump administration is supposedly interested in. They want to end animal testing in the country. And I do agree with that. I think that we should do that. Absolutely. Especially, like, they want to end it for, like, the development of drugs, the testing of that. And I agree that it's inhumane, and it also, we just have better ways to test drugs. There are better things that we could be doing that is more humane and more effective. It does seem like the Trump administration in ending animal testing is not super interested in replacing it with anything, especially as they're, like, cutting the workforce of the FDA. It does seem like no more animal testing maybe means no more testing of drugs, which is very scary. But it's this, like, anti-regulation policy that is getting wrapped up as an animal welfare story, which is scary. With this research facility in particular, there were these protests that were happening outside of the Wisconsin facility. Got a lot of coverage from Democracy Now!, the New York Times, CNN, the Washington Post, and Science Magazine. Got a lot of attention. And then guess what? The beagles at this facility have been saved. And how were they saved? Big Dog Ranch made a deal to buy 1,500 dogs from the Rigland Farms facility. So it wasn't even, there was no legal crackdown on this facility. Big Dog Ranch made a deal with the facility itself to rescue these dogs, which they have done things like this before, where they have literally just bought dogs from puppy mill auctions. So they are literally still paying the puppy mills, but then they take the dogs and bring them back to their no-kill shelter, where they then adopt the dogs back out. So I'm not going to say that they're no worse than a pet store, but if you're paying someone who is doing something immoral with puppies or with dogs, these are full-grown dogs, but they did this with puppies too. They bought puppies from an auction from a puppy mill. If you're paying those organizations, you are still financially supporting those businesses, whether or not you've rescued them. Like, you've just made yourself a third party for selling those dogs. Whatever, they got in trouble. This is the thing, is like, they got in trouble for it in like 2023. There was an ordinance in Florida where their shelter is. It's illegal to do that. It is illegal to purchase dogs from puppy mills and then take them to like your animal rescue. That's not legal. They did get in trouble for it in 2023. I don't really understand how they're not getting in trouble for this, because they are paying this facility. But okay, whatever. So they bought the dogs from the facility. They've then taken it back to their fucking shelter, where they're gonna adopt the dogs out, and they're gonna rehabilitate them first and then adopt them out, which is like good. I'm glad the dogs aren't in that facility anymore, but I'm like, what did this actually solve? Because the thing is like, number one, they paid the facility to take the dogs. Number two, I don't see any reason to believe that the facility isn't just going to get other dogs. It kind of seems like they were in a position where they were getting a lot of pushback from the public. There were like crowds protesting outside of this facility in Wisconsin. So like they needed to get the mobs off of their back. So they made a deal with Big Dog Ranch. The dogs got rescued. And now what? Like, now they've got the protesters off their back. What if they just get new dogs? What if there are just more dogs now being abused by this facility? It doesn't really feel like they actually took any actual accountability for anything. I don't know. It's really, really weird. But Big Dog Ranch is, of course, getting like a lot of good publicity from this. Oh, okay, so it agreed in October to give up its state breeding license to avoid persecution on felony animal mistreatment charges. But like, I still don't know that changes the research aspect of it. I don't know. But the thing too is like, as they're saying here, activists have filed a federal lawsuit in Wisconsin alleging the police used unnecessary force. Rigland has said those who tried to break in were a violent mob who launched an assault on a federally licensed research facility. And I think that's the thing that we actually need to focus on is like, this was a federally licensed facility. We don't just need to worry about how these dogs are getting treated at this facility. We need to be worrying about the fact that like, this was a federally licensed facility. This is something that the government was okay with. And that's a problem with the USDA in general, that they don't enforce the Animal Welfare Act or the Humane, what's it called? I think I have it written down somewhere. The Humane Methods of Slaughter Act, which is for like the meat industry, and then the Animal Welfare Act is for breeding and research facilities. They don't enforce those acts anywhere near the amount that they should. Those acts also, like the standards that are written in the laws are just not good enough. If we actually want to like help these animals, we have to change the laws and we have to change the ways that they get enforced. But that's not going to happen because Trump has also cut funding for the USDA and cut the workforce for the USDA. So now it's like, even a few years ago, there was not enough people working at the USDA to do all the necessary inspections, and now there's even less. So we're really kind of fucked. And here's where I get kind of annoyed with Billie, is that I do think that leftists in general should start taking animal welfare and taking animal rights more seriously. And especially with the whole Big Dog Ranch rescue event thing, I think that really shows the degree to which, if you actually look at like the photos, I mean, first of all, it was at Mar-a-Lago, so that it's going to bias things in general, but if you look at the photos and you see who was at those events, it's mostly white people, and it's mostly white women, and also Cesar Millan, of course. But that's not necessarily not representative for the larger animal welfare world. It's definitely not as stark as the event at Mar-a-Lago, which draws a particular crowd. But overall, the animal welfare, animal rights world is dominated by white women. And I don't think that, and there are organizations that are trying to change that, but I think a lot of organizations and a lot of activists in animal welfare in general are not doing enough to make those movements inviting to other people. They are alienating almost by default, and a lot of it centers around veganism, and it centers around this idea that like you can't be a serious animal welfare activist, or you can't just like even passingly care about some animal rights issues if you haven't passed this one purity test, if you haven't completely eliminated your consumption of animal products. And I find that to be extremely unproductive. I find it to be extremely exclusionary. I don't think it's helpful toward animals at all. And I also think it's just really privileged, because here's the thing, is like a vegan lifestyle isn't reasonably accessible for everybody. A lot of people live in food deserts or food swamps where their access to certain foods is very limited. And I've even like on Twitter, I had tweeted a few things about it, and then I was getting responses from vegans being like, well, just being a vegan actually isn't that hard. You just need to go to the grocery store and learn how to cook. And I was like, okay, well, that rests on the assumption that everyone has access to a grocery store, which they don't. And also, it rests on the assumption that everyone has equipment to cook in their own house, that everyone has the time, that everyone has the energy, which they fucking don't. And I hate this argument that vegans will use all the time where they're like, well, actually a vegan diet is more accessible because it's cheaper on average than a meat-eating diet. And it's like, well, it's not just about the fact that you even think that that's like a real argument. It says a lot about your life and your privilege, because it is not, that's literally, it's like saying, well, you know, on average, if you get your food at Costco, it's cheaper than getting it at the Dollar General. It's like, well, yeah, it is, if you actually like run the numbers. But that's the thing, is that like not everyone has access to a Costco. More people have access to a Dollar Tree. And also, like, if you're buying shit in bulk, of course you're going to save money eventually. But a lot of people don't have that at the moment because they're living paycheck to paycheck, and they have to like put smaller amounts of money down at one time, even if that adds up more in the totality of it. And that's, it is kind of true with veganism as well, of like, yes, if you live a completely plant-based diet, you're going to save money than if you were buying meat, but then you have to get individual ingredients, and then you have to put those things together. You have to cook, you have to have time to cook, you again have to have access to a grocery store in the first place, which a lot of people don't. Like a lot of the country doesn't. A lot. And then on top of it too, it's like, even me, I was a pretty strict vegetarian for a while. I had to stop eventually because just restricting the types of food that I eat in general was just becoming really bad for me. Like my work schedule was preventing me from being able to like procure food in the most optimal way, especially after the pandemic. Like, first of all, in my area, there used to be way more vegetarian options for restaurants and for like casual dining and stuff. There are now like none. They all closed during the pandemic, and they have not reopened. And some of them have continued to close. Like pretty much almost every local restaurant in the area has closed. Well, except for like a few taco places, which thank God. But most like local food in the area has closed. Now it's all just like chain restaurants that are very meat centered, like Applebee's. Actually, I was gonna say there was a Denny's that had some good vegetarian options, but that closed too. It's mostly, it's like Applebee's, Texas Roadhouse, shit that's like very meat centered. I mean, Applebee's is so bad. They literally, it's like, even if you get their mac and cheese, because that used to be my default when I was a vegetarian and I was at different like restaurants, I was like, well, I'll just get the mac and cheese, I guess. But even fucking Applebee's puts bacon and chicken strips on their mac and cheese. And of course, yeah, you can ask for it without, but this is like, well, I'm still paying the full amount and I'm not getting 2 of the ingredients. So that's really annoying. And then the worst part is the fact that grocery stores there used to be like a Meijer around me that was open 24 hours. It's not anymore. Every grocery store closes at like at least midnight, but often like 9 or 10 o'clock. And I work nights. So like when I get off work, the grocery stores are closed. And at that point, it's like, where am I going to get food? Taco Bell is pretty much the only place open. So like at some point I got under 100 pounds and I was like, that's not doable. So I had to start adding other food groups into my diet. Like I wasn't even fully vegan, but I had to like, I added fish. And then eventually I was like, fuck it. The fish isn't really doing much either. I got to put some meat back in here. And I do still like, I don't eat a lot of meat. I do consume a lot of dairy. I will admit that part. My dairy, that was the biggest hang up. I was never in a place to go full vegan because it's so much fucking dairy. Not really that much, but enough that it's like, that would really cut back on my food options if I cut out dairy. But I would like to believe that if I have like a lot of money and a lot of time, that I would like to cut out all of it, or at least cut down on all of it, even if I don't go fully vegan, because this is what I really, really don't like. I don't like the idea that you need to go full vegan. It's like full vegan or nothing. I don't think that's helpful, especially because I think a lot of people, even if they have access to it, even if they can get certain foods easier than other people, it's still like really intimidating to tell someone like, knock out all of these different food groups from your diet right away. I think it is so much more helpful to tell people of like, you can just reduce your meat consumption or your dairy consumption, your egg, like all of it. You can reduce your animal byproduct consumption and that's still helpful. It doesn't have to be all or nothing. I hate this idea that it has to be all or nothing. And I really hate the idea as well that if it's not all, then it is nothing. And you don't have like a right to care about animal welfare separate of that. Like that's what I really, really hated about this clip, was the idea that like you can't care about animals, you can't care to claim about animals unless you're already meeting this one specific standard that is much harder for a lot of people to meet than other people. I don't think that that's good. And I've seen in the Twitter arguments I've been in the last week, people have been like, selective empathy doesn't help animals. And you know what? It fucking does. If the options are selective empathy or no empathy, selective empathy is better. It is. It fucking is. So I was annoyed about that. And then, but I was like, well, whatever. This is just like one little clip. I get like she's passionate about this. She is a very privileged person. She's a multimillionaire. She also like was a child star. Like she hasn't lived a full life. So I think that her painting it as like it's an either or thing of like you either care about animals and you're vegan or you don't care about animals and you're not vegan. I think that that's really unproductive, but I think that she also is like a person who just doesn't have much life experience outside of being a rich and privileged person. So I was kind of like, whatever. She didn't really think of what she said to a full extent, but then she fucking doubled down. And she wrote on her Instagram story, she first of all shared a whole bunch of videos of like animals being abused by the farm industry. It's just to what, like guilt people into being vegans or something to make people feel bad. I get it. It is a bad industry. And people should be aware of the cruelty in it. But like to do it in this defensive way of like, people are mad at me, so I'm gonna like shame them with this footage. It would have really been nice if she had just like seen some of the feedback and then was like, oh, you know what? I didn't think of like some of the barriers that people have to a vegan diet. And I didn't think of like how some of this rhetoric might be alienating to people who also like, who maybe would be more willing to be in like, to engage in animal welfare discourse. I didn't think of that. But instead of doing that, she just immediately went to shaming people. And then she said, so stay fucking mad at me. I really don't give a goddamn fuck, which it does seem like you do. It really seems like you do. She said, go watch a documentary or two and some footage of what is done to the animals you claim to love and what it does to the planet you pretend to love as well. If that footage was hard for you to watch, I encourage you to please take a look at yourself. Like, I am so tired of standing up for / having empathy for living beings being controversial. Please continue to live in a constant state of cognitive dissonance and denial and try to convince yourself that you're not living a lie. Mwah. And that's where I'm like, girl, stop. Fucking stop. Can you not, like, it really can't penetrate your brain that not everyone has the access to things that you do. And also this whole thing about go watch a documentary or two. The documentaries have been out. Like, people know. People have seen it. That's not going to solve the problem. This is not an issue that just gets solved with people just being informed of it. The issue gets solved with people having better access to things. And that's what drives me nuts. I'm so fucking sick of this conversation being centered around personal responsibility and, like, self-control and, like, you really think that this amount of the population just doesn't care? That they're just bad people? That don't give a fuck about animals? That's so sad. It's so sad to think that this is just a choice that everyone's making and not something that is specifically, like, impacted by people's living circumstances. It's just so tone deaf and so not helpful for the, like, bigger conversations. And I do think it's important to point out that, like, not everyone takes this route, and I really would encourage, and not that she'll ever see this, but if Billie Eilish ever happened to see this, like, I really would encourage you, Billie, to look into how you can actually, like, increase access to vegan food for the general population instead of just putting it all onto individual people to figure it out themselves. There are organizations that are specifically, like, focused on increasing access. So this is Better Food Foundation, which is very good. We're powering a global movement towards plant-forward, climate-smart food systems for a healthier world. So they, as they say, lasting change doesn't start with individual choices. It starts with the institutions and cultures that shape them. We're leading a planet-forward food movement using behavioral science to shift what gets served in schools, hospitals, coffee shops, businesses, and workplaces, making plant-rich eating the new delicious default choice. So I think that's really, like, the way to do it. And I am trying to, like, find more and more animal welfare organizations that take this kind of approach of trying to make, like, systemic changes that understand the intersections of these issues, that it's not just, like, people making choices because they don't care about animals. It's people who are, like, in situations of impoverishment and such, who can't always make the best decisions or the most moral decisions, because that is literally, I mean, that's what capitalism does. It makes it so fucking hard to actually, like, allow people to make these moral decisions. I mean, isn't this exactly what her and her mom's org does? I don't know exactly what they do. I know that she had vegan food at her concerts, which I think is good, to, like, at her own shows to make it accessible for people. But it's like, if the rhetoric isn't matching it, if you're just still, even if that's what her organization does, then I don't know how to help her at that point, because it's like, your own organization, if that's what it does, shouldn't your talking points be a little bit more focused on structural change then instead of individual choice? Like, at that point, it seems like she already knows that there's problems with access and there's problems with different people living in different situations, and she just doesn't care. I don't know. That makes it kind of worse to me. That she knows. And still is hitting these same talking points over and over again. Like, the L one was one thing, but the fucking doubling down on her Twitter or her Instagram. And then I agree with this person. So I have, like, there was a lot of discourse. I have it kind of organized in, like, the most reasonable to the most unreasonable. not in like groups, not necessarily each one is worse than the other. But so love Billie, but vegans like her should be more concerned with ensuring everyone has access to sustainable and affordable food instead of judging this like you're a millionaire criticizing people for what they eat when there's so many barriers that are in place for some people to switch to plant-based diets. Yeah, agree with that. And then also some people were pointing out like their own dietary needs and how being on a vegan diet just wasn't healthy for them. So as someone that was vegetarian for 7 years, having avoidant restrictive food intake disorder alongside it. Some of us need meat to survive. I didn't want to eat meat again, but I was literally decaying. I'm so sick of people trying to push certain diets onto people. Like, yeah, there are medical needs that some people have that like if you have like really good access to vegan foods, you can still probably like manage and mitigate. But not everybody does. So like sometimes you have to just put meat back into your diet because of your own medical restrictions. And then, yeah, I'm not going to argue with any of you about this, but a vegan diet requires an amount of effort that is simply beyond what most people are willing or able to do, and many people end up getting sick from deficiencies or just grabbing easy options because they don't want to spend ages on food prep every day. It's not a good solution to the issue of factory farming. Lab-grown meat is a better one. And then the big one that I agree with is just what throws me off the most about Billie Eilish's veganism drama, that she's critiquing people instead of the multimillionaire companies doing cruel acts. Like, why isn't she focusing and putting that energy into attacking the company's actions instead of people's decisions? Yeah, that's it. It's like to frame this whole issue as an issue of personal responsibility is just really missing the point. And not even just the companies, criticizing the companies, but like also criticizing or not taking an active interest in like the laws. That's what I find so fucking frustrating. Is like the fact that factory farming in this country is like the default for food production. Why is that even legal? Why is it legal the way that it is? I'm so fucking sick of this conversation being centered around personal decisions. And then there were some other takes that I thought were like kind of fair, but also like, So I have a lukewarm take. Indigenous people around the world were and have been able to ethically consume meat for centuries. It is possible to eat meat and not ruin the ecosystem. So there was a lot of discussion about the history of like indigenous people and their food cultures and their meat consumption. And I do think in some ways it's like, well, I think for the most part she was talking about people participating in the American factory farming industry, but there is something to say about the fact that like that's what everything is centered around. The idea that like meat in this country, that it has to be produced in a certain way. Like there's just a larger structural thing of like, we need to start thinking about other options, that we don't have to produce shit the way that we produce it. There are other ways to incorporate meat into people's diets if that is something that some people are never going to stop doing, and actually make it more ethical, which again goes back to like the Humane Slaughter Act, that like it should be enforced differently than it actually is. We're just not gonna make much progress by always focusing on how we can get people to boycott one industry that is abusive when we could just make that industry different. But then also in addition to that, it just hints at something that I don't think is like Billie is bringing up, but there is just a history of animal rights organizations and animal welfare organizations attacking indigenous groups and their hunting traditions. Like it's a big, there's a long history there that I think for the most part Billie was not even referring to that. I think she was just referring to like the American meat industry, but it is just something to keep in mind of like there's a soreness here that again, it's like, if she really is like an animal rights activist and she has this organization and stuff that she wants to do stuff with, it's like, you have to be more specific with your messaging, girl. Even if I do think that people are being a little unfair and a little uncharitable to some parts of it, that I don't think you were talking about the indigenous tribes and their traditions, but like, maybe it just would be worth, especially when you've already gotten in trouble for the first interview, don't just go onto your Instagram story and double down by showing videos of animals being abused. Like, fucking think about what you're doing a little bit more if you're serious about this. And then people were pointing out that she also went on to Chicken Shop Date, which, she ate vegan food on the Chicken Shop Date thing, but like, yeah, she did promote a show that is based around the consumption of chicken. So, and that's another thing too, of like, where people draw their lines of like what it's acceptable to do is gonna be different. Where I think there are a lot of vegans who would see Billie's promotion of Chicken Shop Date as a reason that she should not consider herself an animal rights activist or something. Like, there's a level of grace that you already have to give Billie to take her seriously as an animal rights activist, given some of the stuff that she's participated in. And then for her not to extend any amount of grace toward people below that point, it's just a little frustrating. And also, in addition to that, we also have the makeup products that she has promoted that are not cruelty-free. So, like, just a lot of talk for someone who hasn't totally lived up to the standards that some other animal rights activists would put onto her. But then, in addition to that, there are things in here that I think are not super relevant. Like, she goes around in a private jet. I don't believe that Billie Eilish owns a private jet. I could be wrong, but I don't think that she does. And then promoted AI. I don't even know what specifically that's talking about, but I guess it's related to like the environment and stuff and the toll that AI has on the environment, but I don't think that's that relevant to this conversation. And then it got even fucking more absurd, where people started getting mad at her for being excited about the Justin Bieber thing at Coachella. He said, like, I am so tired of standing up for / having empathy for living beings being controversial. You're like best friends with a raging Zionist that's going to Tel Aviv on his tour. Okay, completely separate conversation. Her, like, what? And also, Justin Bieber he posted some stuff around October 7th related to Israel and Palestine that wasn't good, but he also, like, and I wish he would address it. I wish everyone who posted stuff from that time that was problematic would address it. But a raging Zionist? I think that's a little much. Like, he doesn't really talk about that at all. The only thing is from those posts from around October 7th. And also the whole thing about he's going to Tel Aviv on his tour. He hasn't announced a tour, let alone the dates or the locations. Just making stuff up at this point to paint Justin Bieber as a raging Zionist and then criticizing Billie for liking him because she posted this, like, admittedly obnoxious stuff onto her Instagram about animals. Just so many different stretches of like a reasonable take of like, hey, this Instagram story was somewhat obnoxious and counterproductive and bad messaging, to then get to that from that to Justin Bieber is touring in Tel Aviv, and that's Billie Eilish's problem. What? I just think you're ascribing far more condemnation of individuals than she actually implied. She straight up said you can't claim to care about animals and not be vegan. What else can you take from that? And I encourage you to please take a look at yourself. That is definitely a condemnation of individuals. I am so tired of standing up for / having empathy for living beings being controversial. She thinks that she is special because she has a particular moral stance and acts on it in a particular way. I mean, that's a condemnation of individuals right there. I don't know any other way to read it. Because that's what she said. And I think that she was well-intentioned, but it's like she is so privileged that she doesn't realize how what she's saying could be, it is really insensitive to the situations other people live in and just really counterproductive to the cause that she wants to support, even if she genuinely believes in that cause. She just doesn't have enough experience and doesn't seem interested in considering the other factors here, which is just, it's frustrating. And I like her and I agree with her general stance about veganism being more ethical, but this just isn't the way that you promote it. And that's what's also kind of, it's confusing too, because I remember her saying other stuff previously about how like vegans shouldn't preach their veganism onto other people. And it's very weird that she's kind of seemed to have gone back on that to a large extent. But maybe it's just, I get her being frustrated in general. And at the current moment with the Trump administration, I do think like the thing that we need to focus on are laws. Like we need to focus on regulations. But that seems so impossible at the moment because our government is just falling apart. So I get the frustration. But this just was not the way to deal with it. Anyway, let's go to Euphoria. So, in somewhat related news, Sydney Sweeney has gone Instagram official with Scooter Braun. She's just kind of dumb. I mean, they were already so public that it's not really a development, but like, she's really dumb. Like, the worst possible person that you could have made your boyfriend. Yeah, exactly, the raging Zionist in question. Yeah, for sure. Also, sad news. Apparently, Zendaya and Labyrinth were set to have a song for Euphoria Season 3. That got cut. You're going directly to hell, Sam Levinson. Apparently, though, Sam does read the reactions to Euphoria Season 3 episodes every Sunday night, so he's getting plenty of feedback, I imagine. But on to the actual episode. So, it starts with an opening with Cassie. Because that's what the show is now. It's just the fucking Cassie show. She's, like, the main character. And then Rue is around to be, like, I don't know, a little clown or something. So, we start with an opening with Cassie doing her OnlyFans stuff. She's making content. She is pissing a lot of actual sex workers off. The depiction of sex work on the show has caused a lot of controversy for good reason. As these Sydney Leathers says, there's just a lot that's ridiculous and cartoonish about it. There's so much that they have her doing that is not even allowed on OnlyFans, and that alone is infuriating. The age play stuff where she's dressed as a baby in a diaper, for example. Credit card processors have very strict rules that you have to abide by, and the rules are getting stricter all the time. And then Maitland Ward, a top OnlyFans creator raking in 6 figures a month, adds, in the climate we're in, that they dressed her up as a baby to make pornographic OnlyFans content was beyond troubling and again serves to perpetuate stereotypes that sex workers have no moral compass and that they will do anything for money. And there's always this untrue stigma that somehow sex work is synonymous with sex trafficking and abuse. And they just said, let's make a joke of it. That is so funny. I'm not laughing. That's kind of the issue here, is like, they have these dueling storylines of like the stuff that's happening at the club, at the strip club with Alamo and his girls, where they keep hitting us over the head with the fact that these girls are like in an abusive situation, even though like some of the women being abused don't even get to really speak about their abuse. We just have to infer it from the situation itself. And then they have that juxtaposed with Sydney's character, with Cassie, who is doing OnlyFans and appears to be consenting to it and also appears to be enjoying it. And then they make her such a fucking joke and they make her such an idiot that it's like, those are the options. You're either a victim and it's sad that everyone should pity you, or you're a dumb bimbo who's just doing it for money and has no moral compass. Like, it's really, really kind of disturbing the way that Sam Levinson seems to think of sex workers, even though he clearly is obsessed with them. Because he keeps, like that's all the show is at this point. So Cassie is now, she's moved on from the baby stuff, to be fair. But she's now doing a lot of different things, a lot of feet things. We saw a lot of feet in this episode. She's also doing ASMR, like sexy ASMR. I have to pause this one. I have to certain amount. Do you like the sound of that? I can't go any further because that clip gets a little bit more explicit, but that's just the fucking ears up against her tits. It is very funny. And that's the problem, is that it actually is very funny and very entertaining. Maddie at one point asks Cassie to fart in a jar, which Cassie refuses to do because she finds that humiliating. And this is where I'm also like, does Sam Levinson think very poorly of Sydney specifically, that he's writing this character this way to make fun of her? Because she didn't do the farting in a jar thing, but she did do the bathwater thing for her soap. So is he just making a joke of her specifically? It's very interesting. She then does a whole bunch of different podcasts and is kind of like, she's basically doing like a kind of MAGA woman just sort of shtick, because she knows that that's going to be the most profitable, which it is. And so she did this podcast with Trisha Paytas, and the Trisha Paytas cameo was really, really getting hyped up prior to this. Like, Trisha was on the red carpet and everything. I assumed this was going to be a much bigger role. Here's the, like, entirety of her on the show.
Like, if a man today were to say that he wants a girlfriend that can cook or clean, he might as well be screaming the N-word. Okay. Like, if a man today
So there it is. I think there's like one other line that Trisha has, but that's basically the extent of it. But here are some clips of Trisha talking about the thing before the episode came out.
I did a TV show a couple weeks ago that I also was I kept cracking up. Like, it was so funny. Like, something, I think I told you the lines. I won't say them here, but oh my God, the lines were so crazy. I was like, how do I not? And I was just laughing. I was like, this is why I can't be an actor. I just kept laughing. Because it was just so, like, this person would say something and I'm just like, what? Because there was a little improv and I was just like, I don't know. I don't even know what to say to that. So I think I'd be horrible in these shows.
And as this person says, Trisha Paytas literally admitted that these lines were improv, like Sydney Sweeney was not acting here at all. That's not what that means. She's still in character as she's doing the improv. She's still acting, and she's doing a good job at it. That's the thing that's, like, so confusing to me of, like, she is doing this parody version of herself so well to the point that I'm confused as to whether or not she she must understand the satire of it. She has to. But then why does she feel comfortable doing it? Because it's so close to her in real life. Like the whole eugenics thing and her inability, her unwillingness to like denounce the eugenics that ad was definitely promoting. Even inadvertently, even if they didn't mean to. Like, she doesn't want to lose her own MAGA audience. And that is clearly what is being played into here, of her trying to appeal to this, like, very conservative audience. But so then what? Why does she... Why, Sydney? That's just my real question. Why? What if it turns out that she's actually, that she's just been a method actress this entire time? That all of this controversy, even her dating Scooter Braun, it's all just a part of her process. That might actually be kind of... that might be kind of incredible.
So I attribute them to thinking I'm cool and helping me bring it, come to life, because they edited me and they were just like, oh my God, you were so good. Like, and I was like, really? Because I didn't even know if I was going to make it. I don't know what's making it. Because as I said on the carpet, like, all my whole scene was improv. Like, all my things were improv. Like, there was no script.
Oh my gosh, that's so tea.
It's so crazy.
I didn't know that.
And they said that people are going to talk about this. People are going to talk about
I was like, add it to the resume.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Improv queen.
Improv queen. And he said that too. The guy who edited my scene, because there's like a lot of editors, and the guy who edited my scene was just like, yeah, I actually edited it. And he was like, oh my God, like, I don't even know how you could even edit that, because there's no story, there's no direction. He's like, it was a challenge, but I took all like the best parts or whatever. So I was like, okay, because it was crazy. Someone on the carpet was like, oh, but that should be a compliment to you, that he was just like, just go, just do whatever. And I was like, I guess.
So, like, Sydney definitely, if the whole thing was improv, she understands the talking points and she understands the perspective. But she doesn't think that it's, like, bad, maybe? Maybe that's it? I'm not sure. Apparently, though, she was listening to the Red Scare podcast a lot when she was doing, I'm assuming that was the season of White Lotus that she was in. She said, I mainly listened to it for the frequency of the voices of these girls and the timing and the monotone. It was so dry and drawn out and slow. I would just emulate and copy that as much as I could and then bring it into the present day, Gen Z-esque type woke Twitter girl. When he first told us to listen to it, I was like, what is this? I never really listened to podcasts. And it's like, but that even, the way that she's describing the monotone voice and the timing of it, I'm like, is that dissimilar to what you were doing in the American Eagle ad? Is this whole thing a bit? Are you a bit? I don't know. I really don't know. But so then she became a giant. She got turned into like a giant, and she was going down the city in this like little dream not a dream sequence, because it wasn't like anyone's particular dream. I guess it was like this, it was because some of her clients, some of the people who consume her her content, at least one or maybe a few of them have like a fantasy of her being giant and her like smushing them, of them being small. So that's like why that was there. But then she had like at one point she goes up to this like big office building with this guy in there who's like jerking off to her, and then she just like takes her top off and then presses her naked tits up against the windows of the building. And I'm not gonna lie, it was incredible. That whole sequence was so fucking good. The entire opening, oh shit, that was the wrong one. The entire opening was so good. For a minute I was thinking, they had me tricked into thinking it was a good show. It was like, wow, they really turned it around. This is what the set looked like. There's Sydney in the set. Oh, it looks cool. They really did that. Oh, the opening was just, it was very good. Then we go back to some bullshit. So, Alamo is upset about... Oh, and by the way, I went back and I rewatched the last stream. I think I referred to I think I said that it was Alamo in the scene with Rue and Rosalia's character when the robbers came in. It wasn't Alamo, it was what's his name? Big Eddie, who's one of the other like henchmen, who gets like no development at all. But he was one that got his dick cut off. I don't know what his job actually is. If he's like I don't know. That's the thing, is that the world around what's happening with Rue, I thought that it was one of the more interesting points of the show when it first started, but it's received such little development. Like there's they spend a lot of time there, and it gets development in that sense, but I don't get to learn enough about like the world that surrounds it. And it just is. It is what it is. It's the way the show goes now, I guess. We don't construct an entire world. We just have the main characters doing stuff. So Alamo is upset about some shit. He's upset about the fact that Big Eddie did open up the safe for Lori's men. But then the other guys are like, hey, they were gonna like kill him or shoot his dick off. He had to do it. Like they kind of defend him, but Alamo's still upset about it. Then he gets upset about his pants. That there's like some guy there. I don't know who this guy is either. It's like, I don't know, a seamstress. Someone who's like getting him his clothes, and the pants are too small. And so Alamo gets upset and he says, I'm a 6'3" man, but the pants are for someone who's 5'9". And he says specifically 5'9", like multiple times. He then has a meltdown in his mirror. This is I only got 5 likes on this tweet, but I thought it was very funny. He starts like looking in his mirror and he's like, I am not a small man. What do you think? I'm a little boy? I am not a little boy. I'm big. And so it's clearly like trying to hit us over the head with like, he's insecure. Deep down, he just is an insecure little boy, and that's what all this stuff is. That's why he's doing all this, is to like feed his ego or something. And it has this like dramatic music over it too, of this whole scene where he's being like, I am not 5'9", I'm 6'3", and it's like, okay, I get that you're trying to like imply something like serious here and something like deeply embedded in Alamo's psyche, but also you're doing it in the silliest way possible, and I'm not going to take it seriously just because you have dramatic music over it. But it literally was like this.
Fat. Thin. I'll never be thin.
Whoa, you are such a wise dog.
Thanks, man. I like you too.
Nick, what the hell?
We should hang out more.
Featuring Ludacris will shred your ball.
Just annoying. Just annoying. I'm so sick of these like different plot lines of Alamo getting offended about various things. We get it. He's insecure. That's where his toxic masculinity comes from. So then Cassie is hanging out with this Brandon guy who is the influencer who threw the party in the last episode. They are doing the apple dance off to the side there. He is running like some sort of content house or something, like a TikTok content house. He tries to convince Cassie to join, which I don't really understand content houses, period. And there was a part of me that was kind of hoping that she would, and maybe she still will, because she does sign a contract with him at some point. And I don't know if they're just going to act like that didn't happen, or if maybe she never took the contract to him after she signed it. I'm not sure, but I'm like, I would like it if someone explained to me what a content house is and how it fucking works, because I don't really know what these people are doing. But anyway, she almost joins this content house. He tells her that Maddie is not a real manager and that she's just like an assistant to a manager. And so we go to a short scene with Maddie at her boss's office, looking great. Loved that outfit. She looks super cute. Sam then has her picking up dog diarrhea. Of course. Been a few episodes since we had some poop. So we have dog diarrhea. I think at one point, I don't remember when it happens, but earlier there was some piss too. But I don't remember where or why. But dog poop. And they close up on it too. Like multiple times. And she's not wearing gloves and she picks it up either. So it's like, okay, yeah. Maddie's not living the glamorous life everyone thinks she is. Nate starts encouraging Cassie to get in with Brandon and join that content house, and he even starts encouraging her to make sexy content with Brandon because it's better for him because he has no money and she's making all the money. So he's like, hey, you should like get into a hot tub with Brandon and like maybe you like rubbing his shoulders or something. It's like, I just don't believe that Nate would do that, but I guess this is a new character, so it doesn't matter. And he is also broke. He's very, very broke. Yeah, so this is literally him. And then Rue, cut back to Rue with the Alamo crew. She's confronted by one of the other henchmen who, I forget, what is his name? Bishop, who's like, oh, there's something weird about you. You bring a cascade of troubles. And he's a henchman that, like, the other 2 or 3, I guess, them I don't really care that much about because they don't receive a whole lot of development and they just don't seem that interesting. But his character I actually am kind of interested in because he's just kind of creepy and weird. He's the one that shot the bird. He's sort of, like, emotionless a lot of the time. And so I am interested in, like, are we ever going to get his backstory? Are we ever going to, like, learn more about him? But I would doubt it considering there's only, like, 3 episodes left in the season. So I don't know when we'll have time, but yeah, I really wish that the world around Rue and the strip club and everything got a little bit more actual, like, attention and actual development. So I understood all of these characters more, but they're just not, they're important, but they're not people. He then starts, like, torturing a guy in, like, a closet or something, or in a bathroom. Like, he is talking to Rue, indicating that, like, he's starting to think Rue is maybe a little bit more suspicious. And she is a double agent at this point. She's working with the DEA, so he is kind of right. And then he's, like, cutting up. He has, like, a carving knife that he's about to carve into this guy with who's in, like, a bathroom, who's covered in blood. And I'm like, I don't know who that guy is. It wasn't Big Eddie. It wasn't any of the other, like, henchmen. I'm thinking maybe these people are saying it's the strip club bouncer? Maybe? I don't know. Like, I don't really fully know what's going on at this club most of the time. But so Rue calls Faye. She calls Lori. Lori kind of, like, hangs up on her, doesn't have the time of day for her. She then calls Faye, and then the Nazi guy picks up. And the DEA is listening in on this whole thing, and the Nazi guy says something about, like, don't you wish you were still our drug mule? And then, like, the DEA is like, okay, that'll do. So I'm like, at this point, I don't know if Rue is kind of, if she's waiting on the DEA to start arresting people or something. Like, is that part done? Is Rue done collecting information with the DEA? Was that just the drug mule admission, was that enough? I'm not sure. I don't know exactly where that stands, but that happened. Cassie then tries to fire Maddie, and she also keeps calling Maddie her best friend, which I also found somewhat offensive. And I can't tell if Cassie means it or not. If she's just saying it, because she said it to Maddie, and I would say that to Maddie it was just like a manipulation thing of like, Maddie, you're my best friend. But she also said it to Brandon. And I don't know why she would say it to Brandon unless she felt that way, but maybe she does. But she starts telling Maddie that she wants to fire her, that she doesn't want Maddie to manage her anymore. So Maddie pretends to cancel an audition that she had set up for Cassie for LA Nights, and watch the way that she does this.
Okay. Hi, this is Madeline Perez. I'm calling.
Like, doesn't dial anything, doesn't pick up a phone that's ringing, just takes a phone and is like, hi, I'm Maddie Perez. Like, the most unbelievable phone conversation anyone could ever have. But Cassie buys it. She's immediately like, no, don't cancel my audition. You're my manager. And then Maddie gets her to sign a contract. even though, again, we actually did see Cassie signing a contract with the Content House, so I don't know if she now has 2 contracts that are active or just this one. But I saw this tweet that I thought was funny. Maddie fake canceling Cassie's audition felt like this.
Hi, yes, I'm trying to reach Grandma.
Pretend you're on a phone call, but use your dog's favorite words.
Hi, yes, I'm trying to reach Grandma. No, not that Grandma. The other Grandma. Oh, okay. Hi, Grandma. How are you? Yeah, I just wanted to call and confirm that you're putting together that package of treats. Okay, awesome. Now, do we need to go for a walk to get those?
Now, it also doesn't make a whole lot of sense because Maddie is saying that she secured an audition for Cassie for LA Nights, and then Cassie freaks out and she's like, no, don't cancel my audition. And it's like, what did you really need Maddie for, considering your sister works on LA Nights? Like, she doesn't have any more of a connection than you do. She's just gonna go through your sister. Which is exactly what she does. So Maddie convinces Lexi to set up an audition for Cassie. There's no fucking liquid in that cup, in any of those cups. And for some reason it works. So like...
Me an enemy? You want to make me an enemy?
And I'm sorry, but why would that be that intimidating? Maddie really doesn't have that much power. I guess she's just maybe crazy or something, so that's it. Stupid. There was no reason that Maddie needed to secure that audition. All Lexi does is get lattes and complain. Yeah, so Lexi is upset about this because she already... And what happened even with the Jules thing from last week with the painting? There was no fallout that we saw in this episode for that. It's like the plotline just got completely dropped. But this is another one of Lexi's friends that is fucking her over on this show. So I feel very certain that this entire season is leading toward another like high school play episode thing, but on LA Nights, where Lexi is gonna write this episode where she is just like ranting about all of her friends and her sister, and that'll be an episode of LA Nights. Like, that's what this is all leading to, clearly, and Lexi gets no other development other than that. So Cassie does her audition, and look, Sydney is stealing the show. This damn fool is stealing the show. It's very good. She's she's really good at what she does. The thing that I guess it's whatever, because it's the show, it doesn't have to make sense, but like the thing that Sydney is doing here is she's kind of doing an audition that like makes her look sort of dumb and makes her look like maybe not even that talented. She's doing like a scene from Antony and Cleopatra. And it's not like that good, but apparently all the producers are like really impressed by it. So okay, I'll suspend my disbelief for that one. Then later in the episode, Lexi comes to tell Cassie that she got the job. And again, Sydney is kind of killing it. I mean, this is some great line delivery.
You are literally the most selfish, narcissistic person I have ever met.
But that's what it takes to make it in this town. Wait. Lexi! Lex! Thank you!
She is good. I can't deny it. Then we go to a Rue and Jules scene, which is like supposed to be really flirty. Like Jules is basically telling Rue to kiss her. And I did see another tweet that says that they can't take Jules seriously because she's always talking like her teeth are glued together. And ever since I saw that, I can't unsee it.
You want to kiss me? Get up. Take my head in your hands and kiss me. Keep kissing me. Push me on the bed, kiss me all over.
So we do that whole thing. And then it cuts to another scene where you hear people having sex, and it's like, oh, okay, Jules and Rue are getting it on. No, of course not. It's the fucking surgeon. Can't catch a fucking break. They will not let me see Rue have sex. Or even just kiss. Like, I can't see her doing anything. Other than, like, almost dying every episode. As this tweet says, season almost over and not even a single kiss between Jules and Rue, but I was subjected to motherfuckers fucking in front of a Nazi flag, a girl being raped, Jules being wrapped like a sandwich, and Sydney Sweeney portraying the never-ending parade of Sam Levinson's fetishes. Yeah, it's really an injustice. But I guess Rue did leave some underwear at the sugar daddy's apartment, so the sugar daddy is now upset with Jules. I don't know if that's actually going to go anywhere, but he was somewhat threatening toward Jules over this, because it did look like a man's underwear, and he's apparently he's like, oh, you're going to give me an STD or something. It's like, okay, sure. Then we cut to Nate dancing in his house, looking kind of good. Jacob Elordi he's another one that just really does it for me. But this is what's so fucking annoying. So it's like he's supporting Cassie on the phone, telling her, go make sexy content with Brandon. It's fine. I support it. He's being very nice to her. And then he's dancing in his house, just innocently. They had me thinking, they put out this promo a little bit before on the 6th, so a few days before the episode came out. They put out this promo making it seem like Nate was about to, like, revert back to his old ways.
This is good for the world. Mr. Jacobs, please just let me see this through. I can't be bad.
What the fuck
This is a good thing.
is wrong with you?
I'm trying to do a good thing, Bill. This is good for the world.
When am I gonna get to see this Nate again? Like, why did you do this whole thing about how the mask is slipping? And then all that happens is he's, like, telling his wife, go ahead and make that sexy content. I need the money, and you're doing a great job, sweetie. Then he dances in his fucking living room, and then he gets his fucking toe ripped back off. One of the mob bosses, like, henchman guys comes back into his house, rips his toe off again, then cuts off another fucking finger. So Nate is just being victimized. He hasn't done anything wrong, really. Why did they put that promo out? Just so that I could watch Nate lose another limb. Not of his own doing. So cutting back to Rue and Alamo and blah, blah, blah. Rosalia's character, Magic, finds this stuff that Rue planted in her locker, realizes that Rue is trying to frame her, which Rue says in the opening, like, I kind of forgot, between, like, all the different things that were going on, I forgot that I started framing Magic. And so Magic obviously goes to Alamo, and she starts telling him all this stuff about, like, I heard Rue in the bathroom with Kitty, the Lizzie Grant from last episode. And then I'm also very confused because he's like, wait, so she's like, I heard Rue doing that, and then I confronted her, and then as I was confronting her, that's when the robbers came in, like the people, Lori's people came in and held us at gunpoint. And he's like, wait, so you were also held at gunpoint too? I'm like, no one told Alamo who specifically was involved that night. Like, how did he not know that she was there? Whatever, it doesn't matter. So he's like, oh, okay. He starts thinking that Rue is up to something, which she is. He starts getting suspicious of her. Then there's a scene with Rue and Maddie, which I love. Any scene with Rue and Maddie, it was far too short in my opinion, but we do see the girls just gabbing. Rue is very confused as to why Maddie is being nice to Cassie. Maddie then does a whole bunch of shit about Jesus, where she's like, oh, I just know that, like, Jesus It all comes back to Jesus, and there has been a lot of Jesus stuff throughout the whole season. So, like, last episode when Nate was doing the whole thing in front of the county people, he was quoting the Bible. Rue had her whole religious thing at, like, the beginning of the season. Then Maddie starts proselytizing stuff from the Bible in this episode, and also, like, when Cassie was... when she did her, like, little giant thing, there's, like, a big sign that says Jesus saves. So, like, I guess Jesus is gonna be a part of this. Not him specifically, a part of the episode, or the part of the season, but, like, there's some sort of religious thing that we keep coming back to. I don't know what the point of it is, but I guess we'll get there eventually. But while Rue and Maddie are talking, Alamo comes up and sits down with them. He then basically tells Rue that, like, she needs to go, and that Bishop and one of the other guys are waiting for her in the car. She needs to go in the car with them. They don't really even give a reason, I don't think, or I don't remember them doing it. But Rue is, like, hesitant to leave, but he pushes her to leave. And then Maddie is having a conversation with Alamo by herself. She seems somewhat interested in him. He's somewhat interested in her and her, like, business, because she's managing Cassie with the OnlyFans stuff. So he takes her back to the club, presumably for her to start doing OnlyFans content with his girls. So we saw in the preview that that Cassie will be joining... she'll be doing something with these other girls at Alamo's club. So I don't know at this point, either Maddie is going to get herself into some sort of trouble, or she is just going to be a part of the pimping of these other women. Or both. Probably both. Meanwhile, as Maddie is inside the club, finding new girls to bring into her sex trafficking business, Rue is outside digging a hole that she was asked to dig, and she's just dumb. Like, Rue, we're so far into the show where Rue has just never learned anything, it seems. It's just every time anyone asks her to do something, she's like, well, that's weird, but okay. She couldn't have put 2 and 2 together at this point with everything she's been through, that, like, she's digging her own grave, like her own literal grave. Didn't occur to her. But it clearly didn't. So she gets put into this hole. She digs the hole, gets put into it. They put all the dirt back on top of her. Which I guess she just stands there while they're doing it. But I guess they probably have guns or something, so you couldn't really run. But she allows herself to be buried up to, like, the head. And then there's a person coming around with a, yeah, especially since they said to dig it to her throat. I know. They were very clear about what they wanted. And then there's a guy on, like, a horse. And then he's doing, like, the thing where he's got, like, a thing, and he's gonna, like, he's gonna knock her head off, is what's gonna happen. That's where the episode ends. I don't know, I might have a photo here. Yeah, there she is. And there's the horse. And even then, like, she still hasn't figured out what's happening. Like, she still looks confused. And now she's figured it out. But I also don't understand where this is happening, like, in the day. I guess this is just later. That, like, Maddie's already left the club and everything. I don't know. The timeline is a little odd there. So then it just ends there. So maybe Rue died. I doubt it, but maybe she did. I've seen people saying that there was a trailer where she had a broken nose from before that we haven't seen yet. I don't remember that. But maybe that was true. So I would doubt at this point that they would kill Rue off in this episode. I do think they're going to kill Rue off eventually. I do think the show is going to end with Rue's death. Or at least season 3 is going to end with Rue's death. Is it going to end in episode 6? I don't know about that. I feel like you got to get to at least to the end of the season. But maybe, I don't know. Maybe she will. Maybe they'll kill her. To kill her off, like, in between episodes, though, is fucking crazy. Like, to have the tease and then what? In episode 6, we find out she indeed did die and she was the main character? I don't know. I don't know that they're going to do that. Maybe they will. But they haven't done that before. They haven't killed off, like, a full main character. They've had, I mean, Angus... Well, no, they didn't even kill off Fez. But they had someone who died. And they still wouldn't kill him off. If they kill off Rue, that's going to be fucking crazy. And then I saw someone say this, that, like, this better be the last season of Euphoria because this has become the Idol bad at this point. No, I think we're forgetting how bad the Idol was. This is leaps and bounds ahead of the Idol, for sure. Is it good? Not necessarily, but I do think these last 2 episodes have been better. The last 2 episodes are better than the first 3. I'll say that. I still don't know where this is going. But then apparently episode 8 has a runtime of 93 minutes. It says this is the longest episode in history for an HBO series. I don't believe that. I think there's definitely been longer episodes on HBO. But it is going to be 93 minutes, which... That's going to be a bunch of bullshit, I imagine. And apparently, it says Euphoria Season 4 is admittedly in development. Admittedly? Like, they know they shouldn't be doing it. But, like, admittedly, yeah, they are working on it. So, I don't know. We'll see. I think for sure they are going to kill Rue off because it doesn't seem like Zendaya is interested in being in the show anymore. But I guess we'll find out. Anyway, here's our honorary pop girlie. We only have one, and I specifically chose someone who is not a human just because I'm sick of humans at this point, so here it is. It's Baby Yoda, obviously. Look at him. He's so cute. There's the Grogu and Mandalorian movie coming out. Oh shit. I don't plan on seeing it, I don't think, but I don't know. I'm not, like, super into the Star Wars stuff. I've seen some of them, obviously, but it's not like a franchise that I'm, like, I need to watch every entry into. But the idea of a whole movie just with Grogu, I mean, not just him, but the other guy too, but, like, Grogu on a big screen, he's so cute. Oh, I love him so much. And that's it. And that's all I have to say. I will see you guys next week. Mayhem Requiem might be out by then. I think it will be. And probably some other stuff too. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Anyway, goodbye.